Thanks, Maggie. 4 o'clock, so I'll call the meeting to order. First item is adoption of the agenda. Moved by Ron Forbes, second by Katie Grigg, that the agenda be adopted as printed and circulated. Any discussion on the agenda? Paul?
Yeah, if the rest of council would agree, I would like to see us move agenda items 8.6A, B, D, and K to the end of the meeting, on the reason that there's a ton of stuff on this agenda to cover, and those 4 items don't have real timelines where we need to make decisions. And if it turns out that we don't get through all of this, that those would be the ones that could be deferred without causing a big problem.
Anyone else? You're comfortable with me I'll just bump them to the end and we'll just get there? Okay.
Fit it in as the meeting goes.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Steve?
General nature thereof. 8.2B for voting for the township's donation to the Zorra Pavilion for the Caledonians. It could be perceived as a conflict of interest since I am a sitting member, active member, and board director, so I will recuse myself from voting on that particular item.
Yep. Any other declarations of pecuniary interest, Ron? And minutes. Moved by Katie Grigg, seconded by Ron Forbes, that the minutes from the December 1st, 2021 council meeting be adopted as printed and circulated. Are there any issues with those minutes? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we have sort of 4 timed items. We're going to take a break at about 5:15, I think, right? A quick 10 minutes. Shove some food in your cake hole and get back to work. At 6 o'clock, zone change. 7 o'clock, presentation for Oxford County Planning on the agricultural OP potential changes, and the 7:30 delegation on the compressed work week. 4 o'clock now, we can probably get through a bunch of these before we get to timed items, and the first one would be Recreation Department 8.2A, Memorandum 2021-216 from the Director of Recreation Facilities regarding recreation rates and fees. Matt, is there anything you want to highlight for council?
Nothing that I want to highlight beyond the report, no.
Questions from council on the report? Wow. Okay. That caught me off guard. Couple of questions that I have then, Matt. The 2% number that was used as a baseline, not used for all the fees, but as a baseline number. What was the reason for choosing the 2%?
So we last completed this exercise in 2019, and when we did that, we had originally proposed a 4% increase to try to catch up to some of our market analysis around us. What we found at that time is that the primary user groups for a lot of these, to them 4% increase was not tenable or something they thought they could just take on over a year. So we reduced it to 2% that year, and that's where we've gone again with this year.
Anyone else? How easy would it be for staff, this would maybe be for both for Matt and Diane, to come up with a very high level report of, what do we recover in user fees versus the total cost of recreation, per year over a 5-year period or something like that. I mean, just a very high level, not like detail, like not like for soccer, but just total recreation. And would that be something that would need like a motion from council to do that report? Like it would be that much work, or could it be direction to staff to get that kind of high level report?
We have the data to do that for a pretty high level report. I think if we were to look at it like a more detailed analysis on each type of facility, each type of rental, then we'd probably look for a council direction or a motion. But
I'm thinking is sort of two numbers: total cost of recreation, total fees collected. That's
so
all.
we can do that.
That's a reasonable thing to do.
Yes.
Okay. Any idea when we could have that for? I'm not in a rush.
I'm almost wondering whether we want to try and wait till after we work through some of our budget items for like earlier next year. Yeah, so because right now we've been working on some of our capital and operating budget items for the next year. So I think if we wait till we get
Excellent.
that to council first.
I'm just curious with the context for an increase in fees in terms of how much of the cost of recreation is actually covered by fees as opposed to how much is covered by tax dollars. So that's all. Any other questions? Katie?
That's thrown me off every time you've said it so far this meeting. And it was my doing, and it was mine for the first however many years of my life. So my question is in regards to the Shinny proposed increase, partially because it is something that we received some feedback from ZRAC from the previous review of our recreation rates. And we didn't have that same feedback from ZRAC this year, but we did have some comments from the public. So my question is, what is some of the differences between the public skate program as opposed to Shinny in terms of the difference of the costing? And then also, what is some of the risk of having our costing significantly lower than the similar programming in neighboring municipalities?
So as far as the comparison between the two programs, the Shinny program operates at a capacity of 50, and the public skate at 100. So we do operate at a lower capacity just because if you have too many on the ice, it's overcrowded to play the sport that you're coming out to play. So there's that portion for the comparison between the two. And most municipalities around us that are offering a program like this in a prime hour like we do charge $5 or more. The other aspect to that is that if we are the lowest rate around us, we would tend to see people traveling from other municipalities to utilize our program. Isn't a problem if we are able to meet capacities and have people playing comfortably and enjoying it. But if the program has grown since we first implemented it, since we reviewed these last in 2019, we're concerned that just it could get overcrowded and our local residents don't get the same opportunity to play and enjoy.
Anyone else? Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Grigg, that council enact bylaw 86-21 to amend the fees bylaw to include the rates set out in memorandum 2021-216 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks, Matt. And 8.2B, Memorandum 2021-215 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities regarding Embro Community Pavilion proposal. Matt, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
Just a small change from what is in the report. I spoke to one of the members, or some members of the committee, or the group that is representing this. I had made an error that they would like to proceed with construction in 2022 instead of 2023. They want to get, sorry. No, they do want to go in 2023. Sorry. Disregard that. That's my. But the other side of this, we did change the scope of the project a little bit to include furnishings for the facility, which is the picnic tables for this.
Any questions from council on this report? Paul.
First of all, Matt, thanks for taking a look at the other possible uses, and that when the delegation came previously, that was kind of something that came off the top of my head. Was there other opportunities to maximize the use of it? And basically your report, you said it's possible to use it for pickleball, but given that there's going to be 20 picnic tables there, it doesn't really compatible with what the proponents are looking for. So I appreciate the work you put into that. Two questions is how the if we rent that out to groups for special events, and also setting aside time for the three groups that are the proponents of this, how's that going to be scheduled, and how's it going to be administered, and will the fees be coming back to the township the same as any other facility?
So what I'm recommending in the report is that we establish an agreement with them so that they get it. These groups have the free use of this for their functions. We would set out the number of events they get to have per year and how they book that. Then we would look at ensuring that they can have their right to book their events first as large community events. These are our fairs, our community events that we want to happen. So we would book them first, have a timeline of potentially 2 years in advance they can book. Bookings would open in January for other people beyond, so they don't get booked over their dates. And then they would contact and the revenue would come back to us for the management of the property.
And my other question is the picnic tables, is there a place to store those over the winter, or what's the plan for them?
We would likely leave them in place underneath there because there is a covered shelter. Any place else we store them would be outdoors, so it wouldn't be as suitable as that. We might look at stacking them up at one end potentially just to keep them from moving around, but we would just keep them in place.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Anyone else? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Katie Gregg, that memorandum 2021-215 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities regarding the Embro Community Pavilion proposal be received and filed, and that the recommendations regarding a rental agreement and project management be adopted, and that the Township of Zorra commits to funding the Embro Community Pavilion project at 30% of the final construction cost to a maximum of $58,200 to be included in the 2023 capital budget, and that the Director of Recreation and Facilities will provide documentation to the Director of Finance to confirm 1, the final construction of the project, 2, that fundraising and financial commitments by the community groups have achieved the stated goal, 3, the actual contribution amount from the Township of Zorra, and that the Director of Recreation will provide Council with quarterly updates regarding planning, fundraising, and construction activities. Paul, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
I used our consensus when I drafted this that we've come to, that these types of projects the funding would be 30% township, 70% community group. And the other part about the final construction costs, etc., that was a format that that we approved a couple of meetings ago when we approved it, financially supporting the playground project at A.J. Baker. And so it's the same rationale that I gave at that time, is that we're basing our contribution on the estimated cost of construction that we've been given, and that's the 30%. But we're also capping it at that 30%, so and that number is $58,200. With the rationale that gives us a firm number, gives the fundraisers a firm number, and it also gives the fundraisers the option, the flexibility, if they get into fundraising and they find 6 months down the road that they're having a tough time raising the money, that they can come back to, and through our staff, that they can downscale the project if they want to, or if they find that the fundraising is better than what they expected, and they're going to go well past their target, that perhaps they can expand some part of this project. The part about the rental agreement, the project management, I agree with the report that we don't need to form a committee, because unlike some of the other projects where it was just a group of citizens that came together, we have 3 groups that are already organized and they have representatives. So it's from a staff timing perspective, I think it works better that our staff works directly with those groups. So that's the rationale behind the motion.
Katie is the seconder. Did you want to speak to it?
Just briefly, I'm in full support of this motion, and I do appreciate that as we go through the exercise of looking at different proposals from the public, that the different hiccups that we've encountered or questions throughout the process, that this motion is structured to address, as Paul just mentioned, all of those potential problems so that the project can continue and proceed and be effective and not necessarily have to come back to council for reevaluation. So I appreciate the detail in this motion.
Anyone else? Do you want me to read it again? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then, thanks, Matt, by the way. 8.4A, Public Works, Memorandum 2021-214 from the Director of Public Works regarding the 2022 to 2024 dust suppressant tender results and recommendation. Steve, is there anything you want to highlight?
No, I think it's pretty much all spelled out in my report.
Any questions from council? Paul?
No questions, but as Steve said, it's pretty straightforward. It's a pretty easy decision. But a couple comments. One is that the recommendation to go with Pollard actually saves us about $150,000 in 2022 and $100,000 in 2024 over the other option. I'd also point out that the increase in cost for the salt brine from 2019 to 2021 was less than half a cent per liter, which was a 5.5% increase over 2 years. And this new contract from 2021 to 2024, the increase is 3.2 cents, which is a 36.8% increase over 3 years, or well over 12%. So I think that's just an indication of the new world that we're now in, and we need to keep that in the back of our minds when budget time comes along. That double-digit increases in our costs of operation is going to be something we have to deal with.
Anyone else?
And keeping that in mind, going forward, maybe 3-year contracts aren't a good idea. Just do it one at a time. Like, at some point in time, we might get too far out to be beneficial of cost reductions down the road.
Anyone else? Steve?
Not a question, just a comment. I'm still shocked there's only 2 companies in the entire province that bid on that kind of stuff. I would have thought there were more, considering our land mass.
Yeah, I think the last time there was more, I don't know why there wasn't more bids. The one that we usually do see is Denmark Brines, and we didn't see them this year at all. So this is the last one. When I was trying to make this grid, it didn't give the full name of the dust control product. It should be Day League Dust Control Products. It's the name of the company. But then usually we see, Denmark Brines is another bidder, which we didn't put a bid in this year at all.
Paul?
That brings up another point that not only are we going to see double-digit inflation, we're going to see less competition because of the supply chain issues that we have out there and labor issues.
Anyone else? Moved by Katie Grigg, seconded by Ron Forbes, that council pass a resolution to award the 2021 dust suppressant tender to Pollard Highway Products for the tendered price of $356,400 in 2022, $392,400 in 2023, and $428,400 in 2024 applied to roads. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
And Corporate Services Department, 8.6C, Memorandum 2021-185 from the Director of Corporate Services and Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk regarding 2022 council meeting schedule. Is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No.
Questions from council on it? Paul?
The only issue I wanted to raise was the August 17th meeting, and that is the last day of the AMO conference scheduled, at this point, scheduled for in-person in Ottawa. I'm comfortable going ahead and approving the schedule, and who knows what will be happening by August, whether any of us will be going to that. But I just wanted to raise that point, that there is a potential down the road conflict on that one.
Anyone else? Questions? Moved by Katie Grigg, seconded by Ron Forbes, that council pass a resolution to deviate from the procedural bylaw, section 4.1, and adopt the 2022 council meeting schedule as presented in memorandum 2021-185 by the Director of Corporate Services and Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.6E, Memorandum 2021-186 from the Director of Corporate Services regarding 2022 municipal election update. Is there anything you want to highlight in that? Questions from council? Paul?
Karen, was there any rationale why the nomination date was moved back 3 weeks from what it was previously?
I don't believe that there was a specific rationale given for that change of date. Marcus, what did you mention yesterday? Sorry, now I'm drawing a blank.
I remember at the time, Municipal Affairs and Housing was talking just in general about wanting to shorten the entire window at the beginning to the end. So there was talk at the same time as there was talk of moving nomination day, there was talk of moving up inaugurals just to shorten the whole thing. And I think they just did it at one end and didn't do it the other. Why they didn't do the other end, I don't know. But I remember at the time that was the discussion, was why is this whole period so long? Can we shorten it up?
That's right, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Paul, I don't have
So
that.
it makes our decision to go with online voting better, because in the last election, the nomination day was, I believe, the 27th of July, and, well, it was partly because there was a threat of a mail strike, but I think we were mailing out ballots shortly after the 1st of September. And so it makes, doesn't give you a whole lot of time to knock on doors if you don't know that you even got a campaign till the middle of August. And anyway, so it just makes that decision a better one.
Anyone else? Moved by Ron Ford, seconded by Katie Grigg, that council enact bylaw 85-21 to enter into an agreement with Kitchener-Waterloo, Stratford, Perth, sorry. You have it? No. It's all right.
While we're waiting, I just want to thank staff for the detail that went into that report as far as the deputy mayor position research that was done. And I'm sure we'll have an interesting discussion at some point about our options on that.
Moved by Katie Grigg, seconded by Ron Forbes, that memorandum 2021-186 from the Director of Corporate Services be received and filed, and that council direct staff to prepare a report regarding the potential benefit of having a deputy mayor appointed by council, including potential added duties and analysis of salary adjustments for future consideration. Katie, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, so we, the report outlines sort of our current practice here and some different variations of that are available to us as a municipality. And I think with any time we're presented with an opportunity for a change, we have to look at what sort of the costs and benefits are of that change. So what I'm looking for is some more information, not just about the different structures that do appear in other municipalities, but more detail about how they may function. Our current practice is that we rotate, we all get a turn. There's some definite benefits to that, but the role is really to chair the meeting in the absence of the mayor. I've seen in some other municipalities where the deputy mayor role takes on some more of a leadership role, and I would like to gain a better understanding of what that could potentially look like, and then of course an analysis on what that costing could look like or other implications to our existing structure. So I didn't put a date on it, but I think it would be beneficial for us to have this report to consider ahead of the opening of nominations being filed, so that potential candidates would have an understanding of what it is that they're filing their nomination for.
Ron is the seconder. Do you want to speak to it?
No, Katie's touched on everything there, that's fine.
Anyone else? Paul?
And I think the discussion, if all involved being deputy mayor is that you have to fill in for a meeting or two to chair, but there is the potential of, heaven forbid, that the mayor had to step down for whatever reason, where somebody who ran as a counselor with the work commitment involved in being a counselor would then have to take on the role of mayor, and which is basically a full-time job. So I think we need to look at worst case scenario when we're having these discussions too, and we somehow have to tie in the position of alternate to county council into this, and how that all works. So yeah, it's a little more than just chairing a few meetings, so I look forward to that discussion.
Steve?
That's exactly what I was going to bring up, Councillor Mitchell. I've always been a Plan B type of person. Filling in for a meeting here and a meeting there is one thing. No, I know that staff personally lightened the load for the one time I had to do it, and that was appreciated. But, yeah, and as Paul said, God forbid anything happened to you, Marcus, but what if you got knocked out of your chair for 6 months or a year or the rest of your term? What do we do then? I don't know if we'd have to re-elect a new full-time mayor. I don't know what the municipal law says.
So yeah, after missing 3 meetings, we would have to look at replacement, and there would be more permanent changes that would have to occur at
So we'd
at
have to
that
call
point
another
anyway.
general at-large election?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, because I said, like Paul said, that's too much of a load for one counselor to go on and on and on and do it properly.
Anyone else? Katie?
And just also for the continuity, when the pandemic hit, it was my turn. So I was deputy mayor, so I was brought in with a pretty big responsibility of, if something happens, if you break your leg or you miss a meeting or you're going to miss 3, that was a big responsibility, and I was happy to take it on and commit to that. But it definitely it didn't feel right at the end of my term then, having been participating in the public health calls and the municipal partners and being that closely aligned with things, to transition it off and have someone step into that role that still has that exact same responsibility but hasn't had that same involvement. So even just for some continuity in terms of that supporting role, there's definitely some opportunities for improvement. So I think the report that we were given provides really great information, but since the appetite of council is to maybe dig into this a bit deeper, that's what I'm looking for in this motion to come back and consider.
Steve?
Just a comment from my own personal point of view. The year I served as deputy and came into the pre-council meetings, I learned a whole lot more about the interaction between council and staff than I ever did by just attending regular meetings. And I think it's a great experience. Okay, this council was different because 3 of us were completely new, but getting that experience is one of the bonuses of doing it the way we do it now. But we have to look at that Plan B perspective.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And thank you very much, Maggie, for that report. It was really good to see like there was like some real depth and breadth to the comparators there about how everybody does it and the context in which they do their different things. Like how is their, not just how their deputy mayor is, but the rest of their council, how is it populated, I think informs that decision as to how they all do it and why they do it. So thank you very much for that. And that's municipal election. 8.6F, Memorandum 2021-206 from the Director of Corporate Services regarding animal control. Karen, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
I don't think so.
Any questions from council on that report? Steve?
I'm pleased to see the decision.
Any other questions? Paul?
No, I agree that this is a good move because, well, I took a look at the previous contract, and unless I missed something, there was 3 things in this that this new contract will provide that we aren't getting currently, and that's the canine-related bylaw infractions, the discounted clinics, and the emergency PAT response that's mentioned in the bylaw itself. So for actually about $500 less, we're getting more service. So that's one of the things we want to do.
Anyone else? Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Gregg, that council enact bylaw 85-21 to enter into an agreement with Kitchener-Waterloo Stratford Perth Humane Society for the provision of animal control services for 2022 to 2024, expiring December 31st, 2024. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.6G, Memorandum 2021-217 from the Director of Corporate Services regarding Beachville Museum Agreement Renewal. Karen, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No. Thank you.
Questions from council? Moved by Steve McDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that council enact bylaw 86-21 to enter into an agreement with the Township of Southwest Oxford and the Beachville District Historical Society for 2022 to 2024, expiring December 31st, 2024. Anybody want to speak to that? Steve?
Well, I think Ron and I, in conjunction with Craig and George down at Southwest Oxford, we sort of initiated this from the ground, and I'm glad to see it's going through.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Good news, I think. And 8.6H, Memorandum 2021-210 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding 2021 employee absenteeism rates. Don, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No, I think just the drop in days absent is primarily due to 2 reasons. One, we didn't have any staff off with any surgeries or long-term illnesses this past year. Also, the work from home, I think, certainly may have helped that. If someone was feeling sick, rather than coming in the office, they were able to work at home. So I think that was something that was beneficial to our numbers during this past reporting period.
Any questions from council on the report? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve McDonald, that Memorandum 2021-210 from the Chief Administrative Officer be received and filed for information purposes only. Anybody want to speak to that? I would just say, once again, absolutely amazing report for residents who want to look at this and see what value they get for their tax dollars, certainly in terms of our staff doing quality work. I've spoken to that many times, but this is just a plain simple math. Do they show up to do the work? And the answer is, you know, resounding compared to whatever sector you want to compare it to. Zorra staff show up far more often than all the comparators, and not just 1 year, not just 2 years, not just 3 years. I mean, this only shows, well, comparators for 5 years, but in the 7 years that I've been here, and I would suggest that probably in the years that you were here before that, it's largely looked exactly the same. So this is a long track record of Zorra staff showing up, you know, absolutely to do their part every day, and I think residents should be very happy to see the efficient spending of their tax dollars on that, and they should be proud of the municipal staff that we have to do this work. Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And thank you to staff for showing up to work. And 8.6I, Memorandum 2021-211 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding 2022 wage and salary adjustments. Don, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No, only that I had forgotten that council salaries were reviewed in 2018. So I did reach out to the comparative municipalities used for the employee compensation survey, and there's no recommended changes for the council salaries other than the 4.4% CPI adjustment.
Any questions from council on this report?
Just one more thing. I did ask any that had deputy mayors to provide that information as well too. So that should be readily available when the next report comes forward about that position.
Thanks. Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve McDonald, that council enact bylaw 84-21, 2022 wage bylaw to adopt a revised salary grid resulting from the compensation review pay equity study carried out by Ward and Updegrove. Anybody want to speak to that? Paul?
I'd just like to point out to any residents that maybe tuned in that we did at our last meeting have a closed meeting where we talked for well over an hour about the pay equity review, and we went through pretty well each of the positions, and we asked some hard questions and had some really good discussion about what is fair pay, what is competitive pay, and what we need to do as a good employer. So I don't think we're going to have much debate here, but I just want people to know that council did look at this seriously for quite some time. It has to be, that sort of work has to be done in closed session. And we're dealing with a motion to make it official. But I'm in agreement with the recommendations and with the motion that the increases are reasonable. The cost of living adjustment, of course, is much higher than it was last year at this time, but that is totally beyond our control as far as what happens in the municipal world as far as keeping in line with other municipalities.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.6J, Memorandum 2021-218 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding proposed Zorra Municipal Center project. Dawn, what do you want to tell us on that?
I think council's had good debate on this, so I would leave it open for questions or comments that they might have.
All right, let's do questions first, because I do have a motion here. Questions for Dawn on this report. Paul?
I have a total of 8 questions, and what I've done in the past when I have a whole list is I'll ask some questions and then
Ask a couple and I'll check.
and we'll see if anybody else wants to. I don't want to monopolize everything.
I won't let you.
I want to be what's that?
I won't let you.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just trying to look like a good sport here before I get cut off. First of all, Don, question number 1: what floor space would the township be leasing on each level for the $288,000, and what are the potential uses of each of those spaces?
Sure. So floor 1 and 2 are both 12,000 square feet approximately. Floor 1 would be a daycare for certain, or child care center for certain. Right now it's shown to be about 6,100 square feet. We may look at increasing that depending on the need of the community and what the child care providers say would be appropriate for the size of Tempsford and what it's projected to grow to. The second level would be the full municipal suite. That would be about 12,000 square feet. The third level, we would likely finish only about 3,000 square feet, and that would house likely 6 offices for community rent. So it could be a daily, monthly, or weekly rate. The remainder of the space we would leave unfinished. A lot of it would be used for storage that we presently have in our full basement under this part of the office, so we would need some of that space for storage of our records.
So we're looking at basically 24,000 square feet of productive space on the first two floors, and then about 8,000 feet of square feet of basically storage space with possible later on rental income from some rental, for a total of 32,000 square feet. So if you divide the 288,000 by 32,000, that's $9,000 or $9 per square foot per year plus utilities. If you divide it by 288,000 by 24,000 square feet, that's $12 per square foot per year plus utilities. So how does those figures compare to office lease rates in London and Woodstock?
The latest information I have seen is it goes from between $5 a square foot up to $35 a square foot, in that ballpark. And it depends on the fits and finishes of the office and whether utilities are included. So in this case, utilities would not be included, and the municipality would be responsible for our side of the building.
So essentially, we're looking at the bottom end of the lease rates for most offices.
The lower end, yes.
The lower end, okay.
And for that price, what would happen is the office would be finished to a certain standard that we would negotiate with Kingwood. That would not include any of the furnishings. So we would bring some of the furnishings that we have here now, including the council furniture. Some of the office furniture may not fit in the size offices that we're moving into because they are smaller. So we would have to look at that. But the cost to outfit a single office is likely around $2,000 to $2,500.
Anyone else? Kate?
I'm just asking a question of clarification to Paul. What was that number, the cost per square foot? You said there's 1,200, the 288,000 is for to lease all three levels, the 12,000 square feet on the ground floor on the municipal level, and you said we would finish about 3,000
Correct.
upstairs?
Yes, that's correct.
Because, did you not say 8,000 upstairs?
Yeah, I separated the top one because it's going to be primarily storage.
Okay.
Somewhere down the road, there could be some rental income from, but primarily I kind of separated that third floor out as a productive space as opposed to the first two floors. And so depending how you want to look at it, we're at least in the short term, we're renting some space that is not productive as far as returning anything to us. It's productive as far as storage space, but that's why I came up with those two different calculations to throw it down. My basis of the question is, are those numbers, whether we're just renting productive office space or whether we're renting, you consider the whole thing, whether those numbers, where do they come in on the scale of office rental space? So as Don says, it's quite reasonable.
Anyone else?
Question number 3, the projection in the report is of $70,000 per year rental income to sublet for the daycare space. So how much interest have you had and how competitive could that be as far as daycare providers?
I've had contact with at least 3 providers who are extremely interested in that. Oxford Community Child Care, Growing Concern, and the YMCA. And I know there's one that I'm forgetting. So they've all reached out to me at some point over the last 6 months. So there certainly is interest. Tempsford is an untapped market, a population of about 3,000, likely to grow to 6,000 in the next 10 to 15 years. Without a licensed daycare, it's a prime market that any provider would love to move into.
You mentioned potential minimum income from the third floor, but in the report, there's no income noted for the potential fitness facility. So what's the situation and how that would work as far as returning income to the township for?
Sure. So I've had discussions with the YMCA. They've provided me with what they feel would be their cost to run fitness for the municipality, and it was on an annual basis, including capital replacement of all the equipment, would be about $200,000 a year. So that would be their management fee, their operating costs. There would be some payback to the municipality based on membership, so likely somewhere between $140,000 to $200,000 a year annual costs on the taxpayers to operate the fitness facility.
Don basically answered Mac's two questions, and they were to do with the furnishings, and I believe he said that we would be leasing an unfinished facility, and that as much as possible of this furnishings and the office furnishings would be going over. So my next question was, given that the fitness facility is the lowest priority and it's not generating income the same as the childcare for the township, are we open to considering other uses for that space?
I would say yes. Anything that would fit within what is going to go on for the rest of the property, any types of uses that would be complementary, we would certainly look at. Right now, recreation is storing equipment at the old fire hall in Thamesford. If something does happen to that facility, if we sell it or if it's leased out to someone, then they're going to be displaced and would need space for the recreation equipment that we store there. Right now, they are already using the west half of the technical services building for storage. We would either have to replace that at Thamesford Arena or look to rent somewhere to store some of their equipment. A couple of the other uses that councillors have mentioned to me would be some type of youth center, similar to what's carried on right now in St. Mary's or in Ingersoll at the Fusion Center, and I believe Tilsonburg has a similar entity. Also, if the township does sell 137 Brock Street, that would displace Cuddy and Paragon. They would likely need about 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, so they could likely be accommodated in that space if they wanted to remain in the Thamesford area.
Anyone else?
Okay, last question. The funding formula that you had in for the purchase, which was in the November 3rd report, showed that we would estimated $3 million income from the property sales. That's from the existing sale to Kingwood for the two Brock Street properties and the potential sale of this. So a total of $3 million. In this report, the lease option indicates that we would be investing $2 million of that money. So I was just wondering what the plan for the other $1 million is.
I would suggest that $2 million could be placed in a longer-term investment. We wouldn't want to tie up all that money in case something happens where we would need to lay our hands on that other $1 million, just to keep it something on hand.
Okay, thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Questions? I do have a motion here, moved by Paul Mitchell, second by Steve McDonald, that report number 2021-218 from the CAO regarding the Zorra Municipal Center be received and filed, and that staff prepare a report or series of reports that includes, but is not limited to, the following information. 1, a draft lease agreement with Kingwood. 2, a draft RFP or operating contract with a child care provider. 3, a draft RFP or operating contract with a fitness facility operator. 4, a comparative analysis on capital and operating costs to operate the fitness facility with township staff. 5, research on public interest in a youth center instead of a fitness facility. 6, if warranted by public interest, a comparative report on capital and operating costs to operate a youth center with township staff or a third-party operator. 7, a list of possible grants from federal, provincial, and county levels to reduce capital and/or operating costs. Paul, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
There's a part of me that still wants to walk away from this project, basically for the reasons that I missed my button. There's a part of me that wants to walk away from this project, basically for the reasons that I identified back in November when we discussed this, and I recognize that the conditions in the office right now are not ideal. There's been some shuffling around to fit people in, but I think we can live with what we've got here for a short term. It would be great to have state-of-the-art facilities for all our staff. Thamesford Fire Hall is a state-of-the-art. The new ZMF will be state-of-the-art, but I would point out that it took 15 years from the time that there was issues identified with the public works buildings before we finally got that built. There is a window in about 5 or 6 years' time when all the sewage, the money that was borrowed for the sewage work in Thamesford and Embro will be off the books, and our annual long-term payments will be half what it is now. The other reason that I would walk away from it is that when we were told when we started that our decisions had to be for the benefit for all the residents of the township, and though this has potential huge benefits for the people of Thamesford and the surrounding area, it doesn't have a whole lot of benefits for some of the more outlying areas. But having said that, I don't support the ownership proposal for several reasons. Number one, I think there's huge risk involved in the cost of doing the renovations on this building. Risks of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Renovations are notorious for once you get into them. There's you find stuff that you didn't expect, and costs go up. And the other reasons along that line is that right now, and we alluded to it a few minutes ago, the entire economy is in such a chaos that I can't imagine anybody taking on any contractor doing this job unless they're going to do time and materials. And price of materials is yo-yoing like crazy. The availability of labor is a problem. So that's why I'm uncomfortable with the risk part of it. I'm also a little bit uncomfortable that under the ownership we would own one part of the building and Kingwood would own the other part of the building, so that there's potential there that if Kingwood were to decide to pull out, or if the potential grocery store were to fail, that we could have one part of that building empty. And the last reason is I think the next 5 years we're going to see a financial crisis that makes the 2008 recession look like a blip on the radar, and has the potential to be worse than the 1980s. And I don't think we're seeing inflation. The way to fight inflation is increased interest rates. Those of us who are a bit older remember 20% interest rates, and I don't think we need to see 15 to 20% interest rates to have the same impact, because now there's so much more debt level, both in government and personal debt, that interest rates going to 10% is going to be devastating. So in that scenario, I think I would not want to see us tied up all the money that we would be receiving from the sale of the various properties, plus dipping into our reserves in order to finance the purchase and the renovation. But that does leave the door open, and I was very, very happy to see that Kingwood is willing to work with us for them to take on the renovation risk and us to work out some type of lease agreement so that we can have the new office, administration offices, that we can provide daycare, which is, whether we do this or not, that's a top priority. And if we can provide another service to the residents, whether that's a fitness facility or a youth center or something else, I'm very interested in finding out more information about that. And Don said that he was looking from direction from council as to where to proceed. I came up with a list of possible things to include in the report. And I think if you're talking about leases and contracts, the best way to know exactly what's in there is to actually see draft leases and contracts. Also would like to look at some of the other options that we talked about for part of that building. So that's why I drafted the motion. As I said yesterday, for a long time I was in the no way Jose camp. I've opened the window to let's dig into this deeper. And the deeper I get into it, I realize that This is so much more complicated than what the ZMF building was, which we took over. We gave ourselves basically a year from the time we really started working on it till we awarded the contract. And that project, even though the dollars were huge, we knew what we were going to build. We just had to decide some of the amenities that went into it and whether we were going to go green or not as far as the energy for it. So there is so much to this that I look forward to, if councilors agree with my motion, that getting more information and getting closer and closer to that decision whether we proceed with it or we look at other alternatives.
Steve, as the seconder, did you want to speak to it?
Well, this might sound strange, but as seconder, I'm afraid I'm diametrically opposed to Councillor Mitchell's feelings. So I'll just say that I like the idea of what we're proposing. My only if situation is I'm not 100% sure about the fitness facility operation. That's the only thing that puts any question marks in my brain. I'm a great proponent of wise long-term investment for the benefit of the whole township. And I think whether this facility is adequate for the next year or two, that's fine, but I should be thinking 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And I'm saying we have the opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, in my opinion. And more information won't hurt. As I said, the only thing I don't know about is this fitness facility. I question that, whether it could be plugged with something more useful or something that wouldn't, a small return, but that's just my comments.
Anyone else? Ron?
Yeah, I think I agree with most of what Paul said, and I'd support this motion. But the one thing that I just wanted to remind everybody about, that although this facility could end up in the village of Tempsford, it does benefit, in my mind, it will benefit all of Zorra, because that small area there is supposed to be for commercial manufacturing type businesses. And and I've said it before, if our town municipal office is in that area, we become a fixture in that area. It should make it easier to sell those properties, lease other properties, get employment in the village. And with those businesses coming to town, then that's more tax base, and that helps the rest of the township. So, you know, we're not playing one end of the township off against the other, but I'm certainly supportive of going ahead with that motion there.
Anyone else? Katie?
Yeah, I disagree with a lot of what Paul says, but I'll speak to the motion as opposed to his comments. I guess I'm going to have to speak to a bit of a hybrid. I still feel more comfortable with ownership. I think the comfort that you feel in knowing that that Kingwood is willing to do this, they have that interest. I think that interest exists for a reason, or a multitude of reasons. They're interested because it's either a good deal for them, a good financial deal for them, or they're motivated because it is a great thing for their development that they do, that they will stand to profit from. And I think, you know, when you're in a really difficult situation, sometimes you have to make decisions because you're under pressure. But I think that while we do have financial pressures, we are in good financial standing, and that we do have the ability to see those financial gains as a municipality as opposed to passing them over to the developer. One of my big concerns with lease is the longevity and security of a prime location. And I don't want to speak too much to the location because I know there's an implied bias that I live in Tempsford, so of course I would want it there. But when I think about equity and appropriate space for that office, I will advocate all day, every day for Tempsford, for the residents of Harrington, Embro, Uniondale, and Tempsford. So I'm not particularly in support of this, maybe in the direction that you're wanting to go, but I do think for us to get to a decision, we do need more detailed information. And I think what that draft lease agreement could look like could help us. Getting more information about the childcare operator, I think, can help us get there as well. And the only thing that I would maybe move to amend on this, but I'll just sort of mention it and see where it goes, is the the research on public interest in a youth center instead of a fitness center. I would like to amend that to say research on a public interest in a youth center or alternate use instead of a fitness facility, to give a little bit of leeway for staff to consult with our Recreation, Arts, and Culture Master Plan and a more thorough analysis of all of our departmental needs to see what that substituted use could add in either added value for residents and or some potential revenue generation that we're not going to see from the fitness facility. So maybe I can circle back to the formality of an amendment if need be after I've finished up here. The rest of it, yeah, like more information is good. But I mean, Paul mentioned that he would still be willing to walk away from this, and I think, you know, there's no walking away from this. There are absolutely, we just saw it in when that Suppressant report, when I read that, that was a very real reality check. I felt the pressure that you feel when you look at these projects. I saw those numbers. I'm feeling it, but it does not change that we have a critical childcare challenge in the entire municipality, and it does not change that we have accessibility concerns with this structure. It's not just that people are crammed in corners, it's that we have washroom and kitchen space that's not available to everybody. So if we are not able to proceed with a new state-of-the-art municipal office, then I will be immediately coming back with pressure to get those construction costs done on this structure and to figure out how we're going to achieve childcare. And neither of those things are going to be without those costs that we're feeling the pressure from in terms of this as a big build. We have the BD room, and I know this is different because it's all municipal government, but we do have the BD room, and the county has a library, and they're in the exact same structure in Tempsford, and I'm sure we have other similar structures where it's not all owned by the exact same people and who empties what garbages or whatever. I'm not overly concerned about multiple owners under the same roof. I think all of those things can be ironed out in an agreement and have it legal and binding, so that doesn't scare me. And I also do see this, as Steve said, as an opportunity. And while we did have lots of time to make other decisions, there is an opportunity that if we do have the ability to be responsible and thorough with this decision-making process, we could really achieve something fantastic for Zorra. So I will support going forward with asking for some more information, but I just pulled out my procedural bylaw, but if you can just walk me through this. If I would like to amend, and I think that there could be some interest from council, just to include on number 5, and that move to amend that number 5, research on public interest in a youth center or other alternate use. Okay. So I need to write that?
While Katie's writing that and looking for a seconder, does anybody else want to speak to it? Both of you spoke already, right? Paul?
Yeah, just as far as the amendment, I'm open. That's a friendly amendment that makes the motion better, and I'm always open to something that makes the motion better. To clarify what I said, I'm still willing to walk away from this. What I mean by that, and maybe I didn't make myself, is this building project I'm willing to walk away from. I fully recognize that we need to do something as far as daycare And as I think, as I referenced in my comments, we do need to do something with this building. But whether we need to do it next year or the year after, that's maybe we're a little bit not exactly on the same page there. But yeah, when I say walk away from it, status quo is not an option. We need to deal with these things. I'm just not willing to at this point, and I've certainly moved a long way on the scale at this point, to say, yeah, let's do it. Okay, I'm looking for more information, and that information may bring us and bring me in particular to say, well, maybe the lease isn't all that great a thing. Maybe we should take a look at the ownership part. But I'm not willing to look at ownership right now for the main reasons I talked, the high risk and tying up all our money in an ownership. But I prefer, like, I spent a lot of years paying for a house and a farm, so I wasn't renting. I like to own things.
Steve?
A very quick, simple question, more of an accounting question. I'm not sure how to phrase it. And I am totally ignorant of how real estate laws and all that work. If I'm a farmer and I lease my combine, I can write that lease amount off of income. If I'm a transport company and I lease my tractor trailers, I can write that off. If we are a corporation of the township and we're leasing our facility, is there any benefit to us that way, or is that a mute question? I don't know.
Well, I'd have to follow and look into the Municipal Act, because it's a little bit different in the municipal world on leasing, and I could bring forward some more information on that. I don't want to give you a correct answer right now, because I want to double check that first. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little different with leasing in the municipal world.
Anyone else? I have a question and then some comments, so I'm going to ask you to chair for a second, Paul. Thank you. How was it? Did it feel good? The power, right? First question is, so the report that we have is based on a 25-year lease. Do we expect that the building would only last like 25 years when it was all renovated and ready for us? Would it only have a 25-year life and then it would be not fit for use anymore?
No, I would suggest that we would look at a 40-year life cycle based on what we've experienced with this building. So this was renovated in 1987, so we've now, reached the useful life for our use of this building without doing major work on it. So I would say a 40-year life cycle would be something that would be useful for council to see.
So if we bought and renovated, we would potentially get 40 years out of that investment. If we lease under this model, it's 25 years. So there's a 15-year then difference in between those two that would have to be addressed somehow in a total life cycle cost model. I'm saying between those two comparators, we either have to have a new lease at the end of the 25 or build something else at the end of the 25.
More likely it would be a 20-year lease. I think anything more than 21 years is not permitted under the Planning Act.
Okay, so a 20-year gap then.
Right.
Where I'm going with this is the total life cycle cost would not, if we purchase, there's like a potentially 40-year payback, right?
Right.
Whereas in the lease, there's a 20 or 25-year period that you're going to extract value out of it. And then the clock starts all over again when you go to a new lease or whatever the council of the day decides at that time. So, okay, so I just wanted to understand that first of all. So I guess my comments then would be, it took 15 years for various councils to decide on ZMF, but I would suggest that's not a model that we want to follow. I think that's setting a pretty low bar for ourselves. And I think that you would probably agree, Ron, that the cost of that building did not go down over those 15 years. The projected cost only got higher and higher as we went on.
Yes, it did get higher, but to just back up a minute, now that you've given me the floor on your comments.
I can't give it to you because I'm not the chair right now.
Chairman, may I add to, thank you, that I can add to his comment. He said it took us 10 years to go get the ZMF under construction. But in the meantime, it got interrupted by a fire hall. So I think we're doing pretty good.
I'm glad you brought up the fire hall. Because I think in the time that we considered the fire hall, that didn't get cheaper either from the first estimates that we got to the time we decided to build it. And both of those decisions happened in a world of near record low inflation rates and interest rates. And as has been brought up tonight, we don't live in that world anymore. So I would suggest that while we don't want to rush this project, I certainly don't want to wait forever either, because I'm quite confident that all these costs, lease or buy, are only going to go up the longer we take to make this decision. I would be much more comfortable, not wanting to rush, but I think we need to move towards a decision and make that decision, or else, I can't remember what the fire hall went from to the beginning conversations, but over time and inflation and building, and then ZMF, same thing happened, and I think both those projects are good in the end, but my point here is that taking time to make a decision costs money. It's the same as taking time to build a thing. Time is going by and everything costs more as that time goes by. Even more so now in a world where over the last year, 4.9% inflation, October to October in 2020. I'd be stunned if we were sitting here at this time next year and it isn't at least the same. So the longer we take to make this decision, all those numbers go up. If we could go back in time, might we have made different decisions or same decisions at different points in time in order to save money, knowing then what we know now? I don't know, but I think we have an opportunity here to be a little bit more decisive on it. The other thing is, sort of to Steve's comment, there is the cost of capital right now when you build the thing, but you're also taking off the cost of maintaining assets. And if you build a thing now, renovate a thing, whatever, and it has a 40-year life, that means residents for the next 40 years are not going to have to look after that asset. They're not going to have to replace that asset, right? When we get to a full asset management plan, it's going to say, for 40 years on that building, it's going to say, caulk the windows, patch the paving, but for 40 years, there it is. Whereas if we don't do this now, then this building and all that goes along with maintaining this is there for at least 3-5 years. And then the cost of the new building on top of it. So again, to me, there is a distinct advantage to making a decision on this. I mean, I think I'm at the point where I think I know what the decision should be, but at this point in time, I'm just suggesting I think we need to move towards a decision on this sooner rather than later, because otherwise all the costs go up, whichever model we choose. And I think getting into this building at this point is probably going to be the most cost-effective choice we can make for a municipal office on behalf of residents. So I guess what I'm saying is I'll support this, but in my mind, I'm supporting this from the point of view of let's get this report and let's move towards making a decision. Every day we don't make a decision, the costs of any and all options go up and up and up in the context of inflation and in the context of construction costs and in the context of managing our assets over the next 40 years of whatever municipal office solution that we choose. So I guess I'll leave it there.
And just, and I wasn't suggesting that we wait 15 years to do that. I was just pointing out that previous projects have, and you make a good point, Marcus, that there is some urgency to get this done. We don't want to let this drag out for a couple of years. I'm thinking a matter of months before we make the decision. But as to your point that waiting costs money, sometimes rushing into decisions costs money too. And that's where I'm coming at from on this. And as I said, maybe this information, more advanced information on the leasing will show that owning it does make more sense. So it's all about, as you've said many times, we want more. And Don says he wants more direction, and I just came up with a list of things that potentially were.
Don.
So I think if we had our druthers, I would prefer a greenfield build, because I think you're starting with a brand-new building, you're starting with a clean footprint, but the reality is, it's not something that we can afford right now. Sorry, we could afford that, but we can't afford to do childcare and a municipal office. We can certainly afford to do a municipal office without any question, without going into any debt. That's clear from the numbers. But I think, from a CAO's perspective, I would be willing to sacrifice on a municipal office for not getting fully what we want, to make sure that we do have a child care component as part of the overall project. And if we do wait, there will be costs associated with that, no question about that. The unique opportunity we have here is that we're getting basically an acre and a half for $1. For us to replicate that elsewhere in a serviced village where that type of use should be, we can add likely another $250,000 to $300,000 based on the cost and which developer we buy that land from, if it's even available for that size parcel. So there are some inherent benefits for going with this proposal. I agree completely. It is not likely the best building for the use, but we can make it work. And I think we can make it work to the betterment of the community by sacrificing a little bit from not having a state-of-the-art building. It will be a very functional building. It won't be a Taj Mahal of a municipal office. It will be a sided building. It won't be brick. The windows spacing is not ideal. The floor height is not ideal. But those are compromises that I think we can make to make the overall project work for everybody.
Anyone else? What was the wording that you wanted to change in this?
So it would be that the motion be amended to add or alternate use to point number 5.
Or alternative use? So let's just quickly do this right. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Anybody else want to speak to this before I read the whole thing? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve McDonald, that report 2021-218 from the CAO regarding the Zorra Municipal Center be received and filed, and that staff prepare a report or series of reports that includes but is not limited to the following information: a draft lease agreement with Kingwood, a draft RFP or operating contract with a child care operator, a draft RFP or operating contract with a fitness facility operator, a comparative analysis on capital and operating costs to operate the fitness facility with township staff, research on public interest in a youth center instead of a fitness facility or alternative use. If warranted by public interest, a comparative report on capital and operating costs to operate a youth center with township staff or a third-party operator, a list of possible grants from federal, provincial, and county levels to reduce capital and or operating costs. Do you want to speak to that? Paul.
Just point out that other than point number 1, all the other information will be equally useful for the ownership option as well. Well, and actually point number 1 as a comparative number, it comes in. So, but all this information, although my focus is on the lease, the information will be beneficial all the way around.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Steve. Where is it? 8.6D Memorandum 2021-207 from the Director of Corporate Services regarding off-road vehicles and all-terrain vehicles. Karen, is there anything that you want to highlight in that?
No.
Questions from council? Not seeing any. Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Gregg, that memorandum 2021-207 from the Director of Corporate Services be received and filed, and that staff be directed to include information about proper ATV, ORV usage in Zorra Now and on the township's township's social media pages. Does anybody want to speak to that? Katie.
So it's in the report, this had originated from ZCPC, having a closer look and there was some consultation with the public of misuse of ATVs in the municipality, and obviously it's a pretty complex issue and does not have a quick and simple, clear-cut decision for a solution. So what was proposed was a variety of things that are hoping to start shifting the culture and awareness of ATV misuse and proper use. And so I think what this report captures with the educational aspects remaining a priority and getting those out through social media and our Zorra Now publication is in part what they were asking. And I also wanted to say that at the end of the report, it said, you know, that township staff will continue to monitor the situation. And I appreciate that allows for this to be something that we can come back to, see how this education is helping, and potentially provide some opportunities to do more in the future.
Anybody else? Paul.
Yeah, I agree with that. We don't put up the signage. There's over $9,000 initially, and then you have upkeep, and I don't think it's going to be effective. The people that are causing the problem don't care if there's signs up there one way or the other. The one thing I was interested in is that there's some municipalities that allow the ATVs and the off-roads on their municipal roadways, so I'd be interested to find out what kind of issues they're dealing with, and whether at some point down the road we take another look at what we want to do as far as allowing them. If these other municipalities are finding that they're not having liability problems, and that at some they're not having the same property damage and trespassing issues that we have, that it may be warrant another look at what we allow. So I agree with the motion as it's read.
Anyone else? Ron.
Well, seeing as Paul brought up to maybe have another look at that, what other municipalities are doing, I'm full support of that down the road. I think the province changed their law to say allow four-wheelers and off-road vehicles on these public roads, and then it was to be stopped by bylaw, and our problems really are with trespassing. So, you know, I wonder if they were actually allowed to be on the road. They got to follow all the rules of the roads anyways, and then it would keep them off of the private lands, but that's for another day probably.
Anyone else? Steve?
I think it all boils down to the same thing, and the good people are already following the rules we have. The bad people don't care how many signs you put up or whatever else. They're already breaking the rules, and they're doing it on purpose. The real problem, we can make all the rules we want and bylaws we want. It's enforcing them that's the real problem. So I don't know where we can go from that. I know I've dealt with several residents at the north end of my ward over the summer. You got to catch them, and the OPP has to catch them right there when they're doing it, not after they tear out of your garden or cornfield and take off. So, I mean, it's the enforcement that's the issues.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So, I'm gonna suggest that probably next we could do, let's do Monarch. 8.6B. Alicia, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No, there's nothing I'd like to highlight.
Any questions from council on that? Katie?
Just a comment. I have been working on number 9 which is the public art piece. So I will be in communication. There's hopefully something in the works where we're going to get a really great professional artist who's going to allow for public participation, but still clean it up and make it look really fantastic. And I'm really hoping that COVID is going to allow for it to be an event where we can also, have some additional interactive educational components like distributing seeds and, some crafts and coloring sheets and a bouncy castle and a so I will be in touch to confirm, and maybe what I can do is patch that work over so that staff are able to monitor it more closely and have this hopefully happen in the spring.
Thank you, Katie. That would be great. And you actually beat me to the punch because I was going to bug you about that in the new year.
Anyone else on this? Moved by Katie Grigg, seconded by Ron Forbes, that memorandum 2021-192 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk be received and filed, and that the township continue to participate in the Mayor's Monarch Butterfly Pledge for 2022, and that staff be directed to include action items 7, 8, 9, 15, and 25 in the 2022 Mayor's Monarch Butterfly Pledge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 15 minutes till zone change. Let's jump down to 10A, boards and committees. So we have Zorra Splash Committee agenda and minutes, and that's it. Moved by Steve McDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that item 10A be received and filed for information purposes only. Does anybody want to speak to either of those? Agenda or minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Infrastructure regarding Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, moved by Steve McDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that item 11A be received and filed for information purposes only. Any questions on that? Comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And so no unfinished business. Just trying to judge if there's something we can get done in 13 minutes. I'm not optimistic. Yeah, good call. Yeah. Okay. 15 items of community interest. So calendar. So tomorrow, nothing. Friday, I'm getting my booster shot. Well, it's more of an encouragement than. Yeah, sure. And I'm not showing anything else between then and when we're back here tentatively at least, on January 19th. Yeah. 19th would be day then, yeah. Am I missing anything? Paul?
HACA has a meeting next Monday. Apparently the hydro was out in Harrington last Monday and they
Right.
moved it. Other than that, it's just
Monday
family,
the 20th.
family time and Christmas celebration.
Yeah. Katie?
On a non-COVID year, there'd be a parade in Tempsford the Sunday before Christmas. That's usually put on by the Calthumpian Committee. So that did not happen this year, but they did do last weekend during the windstorm. They did do a competition for household decorations of lights and Christmas decorations. So I'm not sure if that's been announced yet, but the following day on Sunday, I did spot Santa Claus riding around town on a couple of on a wagon, on a couple of ATVs. No. On a wagon pulled by a couple of horses, and it was incredibly exciting to see Santa coming. And River and I ran outside, and he said, "There's Santa." And as Santa went past, he said, "Where's my presents?" So just really nice for the Calthumpian Committee to provide that opportunity for residents to see Santa and get excited and in the spirit of the holiday when we're not quite doing everything yet.
No? Okay. 10 minutes to kill now. Bylaws. Oh. No. It's kind of your job. It's all right. I don't know. I don't think there's much we can get done in 10 minutes. No, I'm not doing that. Well, I mean, it happens, but I'm not doing it. I mean, really, I think we break until 6 and do the planning application at 6. I think that's really all we can do. I don't want to start some of these and then break and come back in. I don't think that's doing the best we could do. So let's break and be back in here, but in our chairs, ready to go at 5:59. 6:59, call the meeting back to order. Hum and haw for a couple of minutes. And moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Gregg, that the council meeting be adjourned at 7 p.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act. Sorry. I don't know why it's like I didn't fall back tonight or something. I don't know. That the council meeting be adjourned at 6 p.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And over to you, Spencer, on zone change application ZN 5-21-13 submitted by James and Cassandra Forbes pertaining to lands described as Part Lot 23, Concession 3, North Dorchester, Township of Zorra, Ward 1. The lands are located on the southwest corner of Road 64 and 17th line, Oxford Road 45, and municipally known as 642960 Road 64.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to the members of council, staff, and anybody from the public who might be joining us tonight. The application for a zone change that is before you tonight affects property owned by James and Cassandra Forbes. And as mentioned, it is located in the southwest corner of Road 64 and 17th line. It's approximately a 10-acre parcel, and the purpose of the application tonight is to extend the permissions to allow a second dwelling to remain on the property for a period of 3 years. As a result of circulation, no comments were received indicating any concern. Staff are of the opinion that the application is appropriate. We are recommending approval tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Questions from council? Moved by Katie Gregg, seconded by Ron Forbes, that pursuant to the Planning Act, the public meeting be adjourned at 6:01 p.m. and the regular meeting of council be called back to order. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moved by Katie Grigg, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve the zone change application submitted by James and Cassandra Forbes, whereby the lands described as Part Lot 23, Concession 3, North Dorchester, Township of Zorra, be to amend the provisions of the Special General Agricultural Zone A2-32 to recognize the second dwelling on the property as a temporary use for an additional 3-year period. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And no waiting periods or anything on that because it's all done deal, right? So there's nothing, there's no other paperwork to be done really there, right? Other than, right?
Yep, there would be, through you, Mr. Mayor, there would still be an appeal.
Sorry, but the applicants don't have to wait to do anything.
No.
Because it's existing.
Nope.
They're just like, stuff has to happen, but of course they're not waiting on it.
Correct.
That's all I wanted to make clear. Okay, so then I think we could go into close now, and then we could deal with that other one afterwards. You're good with that, Don? Yeah. So, where is that now? Yep. Moved by Steve McDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that council move into closed meeting session at 6:03 p.m. pursuant to section 239.2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, concluding municipal or local board employees, and section 239.2F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And Maggie, will you let us know when we are in closed? So we're back in open now, and we're at item 8.6K, Memorandum 2021-208 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk regarding the excessive protective elements bylaw legal opinion. Alicia, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
No, there's nothing I'd like to highlight.
Questions from council? I'm just hunting here to see if I don't think I have a motion for this one, do I? There is? Oh, yeah, there is. So I have moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve McDonald, that council receive and file memorandum 2021-208 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk for information purposes only. Anybody want to speak to that? Paul?
This motion is just to file the
That
report
council,
and that we,
yep, moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that council receive and file memorandum 2021-208 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk for information purposes only.
yeah, and so if I understand what we're doing here, we've looked at the possibility of bringing in, and I'm just trying to, what item are we on the agenda item?
8.6K.
8.6.
Excessive protective elements bylaw.
Yeah. So yeah, we've looked at bringing in a bylaw, and we can bring in a bylaw. But I don't think it's the right route to take because of the problems of enforcing it. And to me, this is criminal activity. If people are intentionally pointing their cameras and taping their neighbors' activities in their neighbor's backyard, that's criminal activity. It goes beyond the other things that we have bylaws for. And the fact that the province and the feds don't have effective laws to deal with it, they've passed the buck down to the municipalities telling us to deal with it with bylaws. But if you can't enforce the bylaw, and I think we all have, or at least I have, some real reservations whether we can enforce this, I don't think we should go forward with the bylaw. What I think we should do, instead of focusing on the offender, is focus on the people that are being victimized, and whether that's allowing variance for them to put up higher fencing or some type of screening that will block the view of these cameras. I think there's other options. And Alicia, you sent me an email with some other options that are possible to protect the victim as opposed to try to go after the perpetrator.
Sure. So I did speak with Mike Hughes, our chief building official, this morning, and he came up with a couple alternatives. One would be to allow residents that are being affected by surveillance cameras to put up a fence with an exemption to allow it to be higher than we typically allow in the township, so as to block the views of the cameras. Or an alternative to that, it would be to put up a secure, or what is it? Privacy fence, yes, to also block the cameras. The difference with the privacy fence is that it would have to be on the individual's property, not on the fence line.
Anyone else? Steve?
If I thought my neighbor had a camera in my backyard over my swimming pool and the township came to me and said, well, we got a solution for you, you got to spend $1,000 to get a higher fence, I would be PO'd. I think it's ridiculous.
Anyone else? Katie?
At some stage in this discussion on this topic, we talked about our ability to, with a bylaw not really being a viable way of changing this situation, that the enforcement would be such a challenge that it may not actually be effective as we're intending for it to be. But we did have discussion about lobbying for changes so that this would be better defined as criminal activity. And was there any decision made on that, or any plans for action taken, or is this now, at this stage, is that where we would confirm what we're doing with that lobbying?
So following the council's previous decision to lobby the government, we sent correspondence to the Ministry of the Attorney General's office and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, sending council's resolution and requesting that something be done on this. And we have received we've received confirmation receipt, but nothing further at this point.
Anyone else? Steve?
Another silly question from me, but I can't remember. How did this subject come up in the first place? Did we have an actual resident complain? Okay, I couldn't remember or not.
Anyone else?
Was that ever resolved?
There's no way to resolve it because there's no bylaw. So,
Not even
for
criminal?
us anyway, whether they resolved it is up to them, but there's no way for us to, like, that's the point of this, right, is that if we pass a bylaw, we could be part of that resolution, but without it, we have no ability to. I'll just make a couple comments then before I say how I'm going to vote on this. I think, first of all, I completely understand with theft and things why people are putting up cameras, but at the same time, I would hope that residents would be neighborly enough to recognize that when they put up a camera, that they're not aiming it into their neighbor's yard. That's quite disturbing. I think that people would do that. And I guess the next thing I would say is whenever residents contact me with a neighbor problem, I always suggest the first thing is talk to your neighbor. No matter how difficult that's going to be, that's the shortest, quickest, most respectful route to resolving it. It doesn't always work, but it should always be tried first. The fact that, a resident may have tried that in this case and didn't get satisfaction with somebody re-aiming a camera out of their backyard is unfathomable to me, but nevertheless, there it is. So my concern with passing a bylaw on this is along the lines of what Paul said, in that the residents who don't want a camera aimed in their backyard don't want a camera aimed in their backyard. They don't want a bylaw saying the camera can't be aimed there. They want the camera not aimed there. And us passing this bylaw is just going to be a piece of paper that says you can't do it, that we're not going to actually be able to enforce, in my opinion. So, we'll send bylaw enforcement people running around trying to get court orders and all kinds of things, and by the time they get in there, lo and behold, the camera's not aimed in the backyard anymore. And then the neighbor who has the camera aimed in their backyard is saying, well, that's ridiculous, it was, and we're stuck not able to do anything for them. I think on top of the letter that staff have already sent to the AG, I think we should probably be looking at a delegation. It's too late for Roma, but I think we should be looking at a delegation at AMO to say to the AG that this is not right. On paper, you've given us the ability to do this, but in reality, we don't have the criminal investigative resources to find out, well, was the camera ever aimed in the backyard? We can't claim memory sticks or devices and investigate this stuff, and without that ability, we don't have the ability to enforce. So I think I agree that we should be just receiving and filing this for information purposes only, because to do more would be just an illusion that we can actually deliver the level of privacy that residents deserve. So I think what we need to do is go to the province and tell them they need to take this issue more seriously. They are the ones who have the ability to make this a crime, and give the OPP the ability to enforce it and investigate it, as opposed to bylaw, which does not, well, legally has the ability to enforce, doesn't have the resources to investigate it to achieve the outcome that we would actually want to have. So I just, my fear is I don't want residents to think that we're not doing this because we don't take it seriously. For me, it's quite the opposite. I think we shouldn't do it because it's so serious that I don't think our ability to enforce it will do the issue justice. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that council receive and file memorandum 2021-208 from the legislative coordinator deputy clerk for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right. 6:37. So I think we've got 22 minutes to talk about committees. And at 7 o'clock is ag OP review. So I think if we go, if we don't start until 7:05, I think April and Paul will be fine with that, right? Thank you. Item 8.6A, Corporate Services Department Memorandum 2021-191 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk regarding Zorra Township Advisory Committee review. Alicia and/or Maggie, because I think you both wrote this, right? Yeah. Is there anything you want to highlight for council in that before I ask them for questions?
Sure. So I did mention this in my report, but I think it's important to state again that we are very fortunate here at the township to have a group of volunteers that we do have. They're very dedicated to civic engagement. And the purpose of my report and the recommendations was not to gloss over these achievements, but rather to provide council with an alternative to community engagement that would better service our volunteers, but also the township's needs. If council decided to move forward with the task forces, as mentioned in my report, a follow-up report would need to be provided in the new year with additional details.
Thanks, Alicia. Questions from council on the report? Not seeing a motion here in front of me then. Moved by Katie Grigg, seconded by Ron Forbes, that memorandum 2021-191 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk be received and filed, and that council dissolve ZRAC and ZCPC at the end of June 2022, and that council direct staff to prepare a report with further details on task forces and changes to advisory committees. Councillor Grigg, as the mover, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, so I want to start by thanking Alicia and Maggie for this report. We are reviewing many of our practices and structures within the municipality on an ongoing basis, and I think this is just another great example of that. Going back within my term of council, we've had reviews of how to best support our residents in engaging the municipality and coming forward and participating. Some of that has resulted in additional training for our existing committees, fulfilling the mandate of one of the committees and having it dissolved. And the other thing is we did change our procedural bylaw to increase the access that residents have to council and to have that engagement with us and try to make change, positive change for the community. The only concern when reading this report, the only concern that I had was that, so I sit on ZCPC, so I'm speaking from both my council position as well as the experience of sitting on one of these committees, is that our previous meeting, as we conducted it, we did not know that to be our final meeting, and I'm not comfortable with having things stop so quickly without having notice of the winding down. As the report says, this is not in regards to the project-specific fundraising committees, that those will continue as usual, but it's specific to the ZCPC and ZRAC. I have had many conversations with members of the community who sit on these committees over the last couple of days, very passionate discussions. I've also had members of the public who don't currently sit on these committees contact me as well with their understanding of this and their feelings about it. And I know there's a lot of heated, passionate discussions about this, and I think that's a direct reflection of how passionate our volunteers are in the municipality. But one of the things that as we are deciding how to do this, one of the things that I want to really emphasize is the focus is how do we best continue to evaluate the structure that we've created to allow residents to engage and make sure that that's the optimum structure to allow as many residents as possible to have effective level of engagement with their township. So I'm actually very excited about the prospect of what this change could bring. I think staff have been very creative in coming forward with a new solution where I think we've looked to to improve the function of our existing committees, and this has taken a new angle of saying maybe we could do things a bit differently and achieve all of the things that we were looking to achieve in the first place. So yeah, I have lots of little stories and situations that sort of support why these are this is my position, but I think I've already been going on for long enough, and I'll give some space for some other councillors to speak to this.
Ron, second.
I can remember when we started a couple of these committees, and it was hard to populate them with members at the start. And we got it rolling and had good results. And I think this is certainly not the end of ZRAC and ZCPC. It's just a change, and I think it's actually the beginning of the next phase of this. And I know there's been a lot of people that seem to be upset that we're going this route, but I think it's just this change of structure, and change is always good, I think. So I'm supportive of the motion.
Anyone else? Paul?
If I was a professor, I'd be giving this report an A+, because it defined the purpose of the report, identified the measurables, which I love measurables, through some sound research. It cited alternative engagement methods, and it offered sound solutions. I've been on both committees. I was a citizen appointee to the original police committee, served on it for 6 years, 2 years as chair. That's where Katie and I first met. And I've been on ZRAC for 3 years on this term. And of all those years, the only real time that I felt I had a lot of input was early in the police committee when we had a citizens group come to us. We're very upset about traffic issues on Stanley Street, and we formed a subcommittee which I chaired, and we came back with some suggestions, and which eventually years later led to our traffic calming policy that we have in place now. My concern over both ZRAC and the police committee is the amount of staff resources that we've dedicated to operating these committees. And based on the research that was in the report, I put some dollar figures to that. So ZRAC, for the 9 meetings, at 2022 pay rates, that would be over $2,900 plus employment costs, payroll costs for staff to support these committees. And for that, of the 6 resolutions that were identified as advocacy, promotion, and awareness, which is, to me, the essential reasons for these 2 committees, 4 of those had directly to do with the community gardens, 1 had to do with the Embro Pavilion, and 1 had to do with the community membership proposal. And any of those groups could have forwarded those projects, those proposals, by coming directly to council. And if ZRAC had made a significant contribution to those proposals and tweaked them in any way, I would be more favorable to their continued participation. But basically, all ZRAC did was say, yeah, we support that, and passed it on. So they were actually another step that these people had to do to get their projects taken. I support the recommendations except for the timing. I don't think it's the proper way to treat people, especially people who have volunteered with the expectations that they were going to serve for this full term, and to have a meeting. I know last ZRAC meeting was in November. I had no idea that would be the last meeting. I don't think anybody else on the committee did. I support moving forward and with the new way of doing things, but I think that we should allow at least several months for these committees to meet together, and if those committees feel strongly that they should be saved, if they can make a case to come back, or alternately if they want to have input into, as Ron said, the next way of doing things, and I think their input would be valuable. So I'm not in favor of saying that end of December 31st we're done. I think we should allow these committees to meet a few more times. They may meet and say, well, what's the point? We're done. We're wrapping it up. They may want to go out to I believe it's end of June. So I support everything about this report except for the timelines, and I think we should give these committees an opportunity to meet and give their input as we move forward.
I agree with what everyone said so far. Even myself, and same thing sitting on ZRAC, the abruptness of the timing sort of caught me off guard myself. Even though I agree wholeheartedly with what the report says, and I think Ron worded it best so far, it's not the end of input for the public. It's just a change in the way to do it. And I think it's personally, I think it's much better to go to a project-based as opposed, well, task force is just another name for project-based, and move away from the old topic specific, because times have changed, and just the technology, the input, everything else, the way the community talks to the staff and township, and the way the township talks, that the times have changed, and we have to step forward, move forward. I do agree with giving the existing committees a month or two to maybe try and adapt and see how this new thing goes, but I do agree with dissolving them as per se at some time point in front of us.
Really quick, just after listening to everybody's comments, I think what's sort of really happening here is a quote that I've heard Marcus say many times about if they had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. And I think our committees and our council have said, okay, but we need faster horses. Okay, but we need faster horses. And I think what this report has done has showed us how bright our staff are, that they've said, wait a second, I've got a car for you. And we're still just building it, and the committees have, and the people who sat on committees and were overwhelmed by them and left them because they didn't feel that it was their place for engagement, or the people who wouldn't even step up for that participation because they just felt like it wasn't theirs. Every resident, committee or not, who wants to make a positive contribution have the ability to sort of help us shape what this car is going to look like, how it's going to function, and I have full confidence that where we're going to end up is just going to allow us to engage our residents and our passionate volunteers in more effective ways than where we are currently.
Yes. The chair recognizes Marcus.
So the only reason I ever got involved in politics is because I dealt with a different branch of government that was really bad at public engagement. I would suggest was actually actively bad at public engagement. And so when I first got on council, I was a big champion of committees because I thought this is the right way to do this, to have committees of residents to give input to their decision makers and make things happen. And halfway through last term of council, I had people telling me, like, I don't like this, I don't know what we're doing, I don't understand. And now some of those same people are still on the committees this time around, this term of council, and are still saying the same thing. I don't like this, I don't understand what's going on, why do we have to do all this procedural stuff, what's all this happening, why are we not talking about this, I want to talk about this topic, why are we talking about all these other topics? So, you quoted me, so I'm going to quote you back to you. If we think this car that staff have proposed is so much better than the horse, then why are we delaying doing it? If we think it's better, let's do it. Why would we say, no, we found a way better way, but we're not going to do it until June. If it's better, let's do it. There's no reason that we can't get input from these, okay, they won't be ZRAC anymore, but our staff can and will absolutely talk to those people and get input on how to make the task forces happen. Okay, you're not meeting, there's no agenda for ZRAC anymore or ZCPC, but staff are still going to talk to them. If we actually think this is better, we should do better and not wait because we're afraid that we're gonna, I don't want to offend people, but I think we can talk to them and say, explain exactly what you guys have said. To me, I heard you guys make the case that we should be doing this. So to me, the question is, why wait? If it's better, let's do it. And we should talk to residents about that. I think the proof will be in the pudding, personally. I think when and if this happens, residents will say, this is what I wanted. You know, I joined ZRAC because I really care about baseball. I don't want to talk about pavilions or Calithumpian or I don't know. Like, that's great that those people do it. That's not why I'm here. Okay, how about you're on a task force to talk about baseball then? Excellent, let's do that. And we could do that. To me, I think the reality of kicking this down the road till June is almost offensive, in my opinion, to say, we've got a better way to do this, but in order to pat you on the head, we're going to not do it for 6 months. I hope you feel better. I mean, I feel like I talk to these people all the time anyway, and I think I'm not worried that staff are not going to do this work. I know it's a big change, and people are reacting to that change and saying, this doesn't feel good, I don't like this. But I've had people this term of council who are on those committees say to me, this is so bureaucratic, all these agendas and minutes and moving and seconding. I'm frustrated. I can't get anything done with all this stuff. Okay, here's a way to not do that. And I've had people tell me, oh, why are we here to talk about all these other things I don't want to talk about? Okay, here's a way to do that. Just talk about the thing you want to talk to. And the committees that we've had that are task focused have been amazing. They've been extremely effective. We've populated them no problem because people are like, splash pad, I know what that is, I want in. And they dive in. So from my perspective, this is one of those things where when you're in the change, it feels like turmoil and scary, and people don't react well to the idea of change at all. But I think if you've genuinely found a better way to do it, we should get on with doing it and start extracting value for residents out of the better way to do it as soon as possible, and not wait 6 months because we're afraid of annoying some people. I think the people who are annoyed about this are people who care deeply about it, and as soon as staff start engaging with them on what the task forces would actually look like, my opinion is that they will say, you know what, this is actually better, which is the whole goal of all this stuff anyway, is to actually get better engagement. It sounds like I'm in the minority on this, but there you go. I've said my piece, and in a minute I'll call the vote if I can take the chair back. Thank you. Anybody else? Katie.
Just responding to that in a thinking out loud kind of way, but part of why I wanted the task force to carry on is that if they have anything that they've been working on or that they have intentions of working on shortly, I liked the idea of the committees having the opportunity to sort of tie up the loose ends or quickly accomplish some things if they were wanting to while they still had that format. I think the question now that I'm asking myself is that would those things, those like, you know what, now that I'm going to be gone, I really want to get this one thing done, that could then be redirected into this is grounds for a task force, this is what I'm passionate about, and how do we assemble that. So I think depending on how quick we come up for a vote here, I'm open to the idea of dissolving them sooner, because I do like the idea of if we know something could be better, why are we waiting for it? I'm mindful of, I want to make sure that those current committee members have an opportunity to see some things come to fruition if that is of their, that is of interest to them. So I would want to make sure that we do provide through the transition those same opportunities that I was hoping to achieve through that extension to June.
Steve.
I have to concur with you, Mayor. Yeah, the better car is the way to go, and I'm guilty of wanting a month or two for the committees. Just, quite honestly, patting them on the head. But, I mean, when you think about it, what Katie just said, I can only think of one item on ZRAC where one person is interested in that involves anything that anyone wanted to do. So maybe it is time to get on with doing the task-oriented, project-oriented format. It does not stop anyone in the township from getting involved in things. In fact, I think it'll sharpen the pencil and make it easier. And then it is project focused, so yeah, if you're interested in this, you don't have to worry about listening to that. So, yeah, okay.
Ron?
If I may, I think it's very important that we give these committees their time frame after we've decided to dissolve them. And maybe 6 months is too long, but I don't think it is. I think that they've got some time to certainly put their thoughts down on paper in that formal format that some of them don't like, and it'll be an official record going forward. I would hate to just pull the plug right at this very second.
Anyone else? I'll read it again and call a vote. Moved by Griggs, seconded by Forbes, that memorandum 2021-191 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk be received and filed, and that Council dissolve ZRAC and ZCPC at the end of June 2022, and that Council direct staff to prepare a report with further details on task forces and changes to advisory committees. All those in favor? Opposed? What was that? Your hand went up in between. Which was that?
Opposed, but that was the motion that I wrote?
This is, I'm gonna read it again for clarity. Moved by Grigg, that's you. Seconded by Forbes, him.
He said he didn't like that, so why is he voting for it?
We had debate already. Everybody said what they thought. Moved by, okay. Everybody ready? Yes. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes, that memorandum 2021-191 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk be received and filed, and that Council dissolve ZRAC and ZCPC at the end of June 2022, and that Council direct staff to prepare a report with further details on task forces and changes to advisory committees. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we're pretty much right at 7 o'clock. So, delegation from Oxford County Planning Ag Policies Public Meeting.
Yeah, let's make sure that's already on.
April, you're gonna do this, and he's just here for support.
Correct.
Good looks.
Okay, I was
So-
gonna say, is it gonna be too muffled with the mask?
I think, I always say to anybody delegating here, you can take it as given that this council's done their homework and read the report, so it's your time. But maybe hit the high points and leave time for questions.
Note taken. Staff are just gonna provide a couple of quick
Is that
overview
mic on?
remarks.
Is that,
Are we on?
so
Okay.
you're hearing it over there? Okay, so, okay, over to you, April.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. So staff are just going to provide a few brief overview remarks this afternoon or this evening in lieu of a detailed presentation.
I'm just going to interrupt you. Since public are here for it, we're going to put on masks for this. Go ahead, April.
The purpose of tonight's meeting is to hear from the public and council with respect to the draft agricultural policies proposed as part of the update to the county's official plan. The draft policies were released for consultation by County Council at their October 27th meeting. A copy of the County Council report, including the draft policies, has also been included within tonight's meeting agenda. The draft represents updates to the agricultural policies which incorporate and comply with applicable legislation, policies, and guidelines, but also reflect local goals and objectives and address various other issues and considerations that have been identified through background policy research and preliminary engagement and consultation. The overall intent of the proposed policy updates is to help achieve an appropriate balance between protecting Oxford's agricultural areas for the long-term agricultural use, but also ensuring Oxford's communities can continue to grow and thrive. Some of the key changes being proposed include providing increased flexibility for the establishment of on-farm businesses in the form of on-farm diversified uses, as well as agricultural-related uses, and also providing additional supports for agricultural operations and for the establishment of business uses and opportunities on existing rural residential lots. Staff are also proposing some additional opportunities for rural residential uses and lot creation under very specific circumstances. The input and feedback received through the current consultation process will be key to help ensure that the right balance is achieved through these policy changes for Oxford County. Public submissions and comments made as part of tonight's meeting will be considered as part of the overall submissions on the draft policies. There are also additional opportunities for the public to review and provide input on the proposed draft. Further details can also be found online at speakup.oxfordcounty.ca. That website includes a link to the agricultural policy updates themselves, but there's also a community survey there. The community survey has, I think it's 12 or 13 questions on it. It's very quick to do. It's a very easy way to provide some feedback. There's also some simplified reading materials there too if you're not someone who wants to read through pages of proposed policy. So there's some resources there, and for interested members of the public, it's a great way to continue to provide some feedback. As part of the consultation process, staff have been also seeking feedback from the area municipal councils with respect to the draft policies. Tonight's meeting also represents an opportunity for council to ask further questions and provide feedback on the proposed policies. Staff are currently requesting that input and feedback be received by December 17th, which is this Friday, in order to be able to fully consider all input received prior to bringing forward a revised set of draft policies for a statutory public meeting with County Council early next year, likely sometimes in March is what we're targeting at this point. So that concludes the staff sort of comments on this application.
Thank you, April. Questions from council? Paul?
First thing I'd like to ask is, where did the definition of a farm owner come from?
So through the mayor, the definition of farm owner is proposed based on a review of a number of other official plans and zoning bylaws. It's also considering terminology that other official plans use as a bona fide farmer. Farm owner was the suggested term that staff came up with. Previous feedback also identified sensitivities around farm operators, suggesting that owners and operators could also be different entities. So owner was the more neutral position. There's also other legal processes that use bona fide farmers, so we didn't want to create confusion between our OP policies and matters, say, under normal Food and Farm Protection Act and normal farm practices board matters. So it's an integrated definition, but it's building from a number of different sort of sources, and its application is used in a couple of spots in the policies, mostly with respect to surplus farm dwelling severances, but also I think it's proposed in relation to a couple of the on-farm diversified use policies as well.
The reason I asked that question is when I started to read this document, I was troubled by that because my wife and I have owned and operated a 100-acre farm since 1984. And at no time have we ever met point II and III, or 2 and 3 of this definition, because on a 100-acre farm, unless you're running a high-intensity livestock operation or you're growing horticulture, you're not going to spend more than the majority of your time or earn the majority of your income from farming. So by your definition, even though the deed says we own the farm, and impact says we own the farm, and the tax bill says we own the farm, we're not farm owners. And as far as point 4 of the definition, that's about stewardship, not about ownership. And I've been on all kinds of farms in my career. Some of them are great, some of them not so great. And what their definition here is whether ideally, every farmer is going to do all these things that are outlined there, but whether they do or not, they still own the farm. So what bothers me is that you've got 60 some odd pages here of rules of what farm owners can do with their property, but your definition does not recognize the reality of farm ownership or agriculture. Not now. Definitely not for the last 50 years, and I would argue not ever, that farmers have always, whether because they needed to or they wanted to, have split their time, many farmers, between off-farm income and farming income. So I just wanted to make that point right off the bat. And I was curious to where that definition came from.
Other questions? Ron?
In reading the report, I've been confused by the under 75 acre portion. Okay, so that we use that in our zoning bylaw here in Zorra as an undersized parcel, we call it A1. Anything over 75 is A2, but in the report, we've got this a 16 hectare or 40 hectare limit that says anything, so I'm thinking, like it says under 40, you can't build a residence on it. But does that mean I can build a residence between 40 and 75 acres? Like, there's a gap of land missing in there. Could you explain that, please?
So the minimum farm parcel size policy, so the 75 acres, is specific to the creation of new agricultural lots. So if a farmer owned, I don't know, say they had a 200 acre parcel and they wanted to split it into 2 new agricultural lots, that would be permitted so long as the split of those farms didn't create new farm parcels that were less than 75 acres. I'll also note that the provincial minimum on the standard is 100 acres, but county staff are confident that maintaining our current standard of 75 meets the same overall intent and will achieve the same overall intent as the provincial minimum. The 40 acre or 16 hectare limitation is for agricultural parcels that the county considers to be undersized, and these are existing lots that are undersized. So there's a bit of a nuance here because the 75 is speaking to creation of new. The 40 is how we are characterizing and identifying existing undersized agricultural parcels. So these are smaller agricultural lots that are already recognized through zoning as well. And this is a policy area that the county has long had policies in its official plan for, and that 16 hectare, 40 acres has long been part of that policy in terms of how these lots are identified and considered. There's about 1,850 of these countywide. About 500 of them are vacant. So the restrictions on dwellings for those only apply to the existing lots, and it would be where they're vacant. So I hope that helps clarify a little bit, although I feel there might be another question coming.
Yeah, it helps a little, which actually leads me to my next question, is there's nothing in this report that helps small farm land holdings. We've missed that total group. And I think those small existing 500 parcels, and this council in the last number of years have passed zoning bylaws that went against our county reports that said we can't build on those parcels. And if a small landowner buys that vacant parcel, builds a modest home, he can afford that for maybe the same price as a brand new house in our village of Tempster. And then there's the opportunity for small scale agriculture. And I think Oxford County, Zorra Township, we need the whole spectrum of agriculture. And I think by saying you cannot build on that causes a problem. In the report it says to prevent the development of hobby farms and rural estates. Rural estates I get, if we're going to pave it over with extra buildings, tennis courts, swimming pools, all of that stuff, yeah, that's probably not what we want in a rural area. But a hobby farm, that person, I don't know why you would rule that person out, because he's still producing agriculture goods. It could be, maybe he's only got 10 beef cattle grazing on 10 acres or 15 or up to 39 and a half acres. And I don't see why that's not considered agriculture in an agriculture community. So I would like to see that revisited a bit. It just doesn't. People that start farms, they're not starting with 800 acres, 500 acres. They'll start with smaller parcels, and I think those parcels, when I started farming, I bought 100 acres. It wasn't really affordable, and it's certainly not affordable now. And I wonder if people would try to start farming if they could get their hands on 20 acres, 50 acres. And if I may, that leads me to my next question. I think there's people in the audience that got comments tonight too, and they may disagree with me, but, so we talk about lot creation, and you're using the 75 acres for a lot creation. And I don't think lot creation is what we should be thinking about. The number of agricultural lots that are in Zorra Township and Oxford County right now, count them up, and that includes, in my mind, you should include rural residential lots, AB lots, however many of lots we've got in that township right now, or county, that's the number. And we don't change that number. The boundary lines can go this way. Why does it matter if that guy in your example to start with, that fella that's got 200 acres and wants to sell it off 75, we can allow 75. Why can't we allow him to sell 10 acres? Maybe he's selling 10 acres to a son or a daughter, keeping 150. Or maybe he's retiring and he wants to keep 10 and sell the rest. And that lot line can change over the generations on this adjoining land, and it never changed the number of lots in the township. We're the ones that are creating lots by severing. And I got a lot more, but I'll stop right there and let somebody else chime in.
Anyone else? Questions on this? Is it another question or is it a comment? I will point out, by the way, that I don't have anything. I mean, maybe you just want to receive and file this. I don't know what you want to do with it, but I don't have anything now. So I would just suggest questions that would maybe frame what you want to do with this report, if you want to ask for anything else or whatever. But anyway, questions? Steve, I'll come back to you.
Not a question, just a comment.
Why don't we do questions? We'll do comments once there's a motion.
Okay.
So let's try and stick to questions and keep some kind of structure to this. Since that's what you guys pay me to do, and that's what the rule book says I'm supposed to do. So, questions for April and Paul. Paul.
The part about creation of rural residential lots, there's a restriction in there that the resident had to be built before December 13th, 95. And I know in the earlier presentation there was reference to that was when the rules changed in some way, and now the rules are changing back. Well, what difference does it make if a house is 4 years old or 40 years old, whether you can sever off property to create a rural residential lot?
So part of the thinking behind maintaining that requirement in the surplus farm dwelling severance policies is that it helps minimize speculation for other purposes. It also helps prevent what I'm going to call house harvesting. So you disincentivize farmers potentially putting a second dwelling on a farm for one reason or another, and with the expectation that in 4 or 5 years they'll be able to take it off for some other purpose, and starting to create additional severances and lot opportunities through multiple consolidations of farm properties and surplus farm dwelling severances. So the having a defined time within the policy in terms of the age of the dwellings helps minimize some of that speculation or that pattern of behavior, and having some sort of a date included in the policies is fairly typical from what you'd see among other official plans as well. Part of the rationale for the 1995 date is that it is part of our existing policies, but it also maintains a consistent message in terms of anyone who has been holding on to one of these lots or interested in severing one of these lots since 1995, they should have had an understanding that was already the existing rules, and those opportunities were fairly limited. The one part of the proposed changes that are in this draft is that we're proposing to open it up to enable where there's existing farms with 2 houses on them that were built prior to 95 to be considered for a severance to remove one of those 2 houses from the lot as part of a broader farm consolidation. And in that instance, the proposed policies would not require the farms being consolidated to be abutting in that specific instance. So there is a bit of a nuanced change to add some additional flexibility to those policies. Based on a preliminary staff review, we think there's about 500 or so of those lots countywide. So there'd be about 500 new opportunities, subject to consolidations, for some additional severances of a second dwelling off of farms that were built prior to 95.
Any other questions? April, just because I know there are some residents here who are interested in this, could you, and I know it's in here, but could you briefly explain the proposed changes around surplus farmhouse severances?
So the surplus farm dwelling severance policies, there's a couple of tweaks proposed. So we are looking to maintain the existing provisions for abutting. So if you have 2 farms that are side by side, they share a property line, and you wanted to sever one of the houses off and merge the remaining farmland with the adjacent lot, that would continue to be permitted, subject to the house being removed, having been built in inhabitable condition. And the building date would be the 1995 date that we just discussed. The second piece of that is we're proposing policies, as I just mentioned, so where you have 2 farms that do not share a property line, but they're under common ownership, and this is where the definition of farm owner would come in, because we're looking for farm consolidations by farm owners in common ownership. Where one of those 2 farms has 2 houses on it that were both built prior to 1995 that are in habitable condition, the proposed policies would enable one of those 2 houses to be removed from that farm, so long as the farm owner had a second farm property in common ownership. So it's a bit of a different approach than what the county OP currently requires, and it does provide some broader flexibility. As I mentioned, we think there's about 500 or so of these countywide, so this sort of, it provides some additional flexibility, but it's a bit of a measured approach, in part so that we can see what kind of uptake we have on this and implement a few of these and see sort of how it goes. So I don't see Paul waving anything behind me here. I was just checking to make sure. Sometimes he has more to add.
Ron?
I'd just like to ask, because that whole part of it really confuses me. I can't see how that benefits the agriculture policy as far as preservation of farmland to allow, if you own the farm, it's got 2 houses, I don't, the intent always was that you would never be able to sell that residence, so if it's a non-adjoining land. Now we are creating lots by doing that, and I think one of the things is to not create unnecessary lots. I mean, I'm surprised that there's 500 in the town or the county that have 2 houses that would fall into that category, but I don't know, maybe you can expand on it a little bit more, I don't know.
So one of the challenges is, and we see this with the vacant undersized lots, is where we have agricultural properties that don't have a house on them. People say, well, we want to put a house on them so somebody can do more with them from a farming perspective. So from a surplus farm dwelling perspective, if we start severing off the only dwelling from the farms, then we have a farm property that has no house on it, and we have a house on its own lot. And the province also requires in that instance that we'd have to put restrictive zoning on the agricultural lot to never allow a house back on the property again, on the farm lot. So with the 2 house scenario, that would enable someone to take the second farm parcel or the second dwelling off. It does not create a new farm parcel that doesn't have a house on it, so we still have a farm with a house, and we have a new house on its own lot. Maybe that farmer wants to be able to give their kids a house on their own lot, Maybe they want to be able to sell it. Maybe they want to do something else with it. The motivation behind it is not part of the planning test, nor can it be controlled through planning tools. But the rationale here is it provides a little bit of that additional lot creation flexibility, but it does it in such a way where we're not starting to create additional new farm lots that don't have homes on them, so we're not severing off only dwellings. But it's a bit of a compromised approach to try to provide some increased flexibility, because that's one of the things that we've been hearing from area municipal councils through some of the preliminary engagement was there is a desire out there to try to find some more flexibility, but to do it in a way that still remains compatible to agriculture. So this was one of the scenarios that staff came up with, which sort of offers a bit of both. It's not a perfect solution. The severance of any house off of a lot also creates additional MDS implications, so minimum distance separation formula implications going forward for any new or expanding livestock operations in the area too. So there are other impacts to sort of consider with respect to this, but this is a bit of a measured approach to try to respond to some of the comments that we've heard previously in terms of wanting to see some flexibility to entertain some of these non-abutting severance scenarios. And this was sort of a measured approach that staff came up with, and now I see Paul waving, so.
If you don't mind, I just add maybe a little bit to that. So, good question, because I can understand the confusion as to why that's one we would recommend supporting versus others. I guess a few points to add to what April said. You know, that's true exactly in terms of why those ones were deemed to be appropriate versus some others. The piece I would add is that the 1995 date, using that, it was anyone who constructed after 1995 should have been aware that dwelling could not be severed, but if it's pre-1995, that wouldn't necessarily have been the expectation when constructing that second dwelling on a farm, because that's kind of when those rules changed. And the other piece that I think is important is when the official plan was originally passed, that first 10, 12 years or so, you could actually take that second dwelling off one of those farms where you had two and they were both prior to 1995, provided that oh no, actually you didn't require it to be merged in that case. You could just take it off. Then provincial policy changed, and then they said, well, it has to be part of a farm consolidation. So then that eliminated the ability to take that second dwelling off of a farm without it being part of a consolidation. So what we're kind of coming back to is allowing some of the flexibility that used to be provided that someone may have expected on that farm parcel, but because we need to meet provincial policy, we need to make it part of a farm consolidation, and that's why we kind of said, okay, in that case, they can be non-abutting, so you meet the provincial test for consolidation to take that dwelling off. So it was something that was allowed actually more easily before, and we're kind of reintroducing some of that flexibility back in.
Just one quick clarification. Yep.
Members of the public here, and I want to give them a chance to ask some questions as well. So is there any other ones? Okay, so one more quick one, Ron.
Just a clarification on that. Actually, two clarifications. So we're not severing a house off of if it's a single house on non-adjoining properties, we're not allowed to sever that house, correct?
Correct, it's only a
It's
second.
only if there's two.
It's only a second dwelling, it's not an only dwelling.
Okay. But we're not going to allow that, if it's a 100-acre farm, we can't allow it to be split into 250s with two houses. Or we can't allow it to be split into a 10 or a 20 and an 80.
Also correct, the minimum farm parcel size is proposed at 75 acres.
Again,
which
to
is
my
the
original comment for consideration,
which is the
you're
existing.
not doing anything for small farmers.
Any members of the public have any questions for the planners on this? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. If you want to stand up and go to the microphone and just state your name for the record, and then you can ask the question.
It was pertaining to the surplus farm dwellings. I know April and I have had some conversation over the phone a little bit here. And so question is, if we have 200s that abut, we're allowed to sever a surplus dwelling. Then down the road, can I split that 200-acre parcel back into 2 single hundreds?
So, through the mayor, yes, there's nothing in the proposed policies that would prevent someone from consolidating two abutting ones, taking a house off and then doing another farm split, so long as it met the minimum farm parcel size of 75 acres as part of that split.
But that's the same now, right?
That could equally be
As
done
long
now.
as neither one is less than 75.
Correct.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so why, getting back to the whole thing, why go through the whole process of time, money, lawyers' fees, et cetera, to do that? Why not just say, okay, here's a surplus farm dwelling on a 100-acre parcel. We do have 2 abutting hundreds. Why not just let me do it? Why go through the whole process and then come right back around and say, yes, you can split that 200-acre parcel back into 2 single ones?
So through the mayor, the farm consolidation requirements are part of the provincial policy statement, which the county is required to ensure that our planning decisions are consistent with, and the planning advice provided by the county and the planning advice proposed for the official plan follows in part from the provincial direction. The other consideration is that not all farm consolidations for a surplus farm dwelling severance are always going to be 275s or 200s or 220s. We do see surplus farm dwelling severances come forward where it might be a 30 and a 100. So not every consolidation is necessarily going to result in an amount of acreage that would enable a farm split following it. Part of the requirement for the split or for the consolidation piece also avoids putting restrictive zoning on the farm parcel. So if we did not require the consolidation of those 2 lots, those 2 farm lots when the one farmhouse comes off, the province would require us to put a restrictive zoning in place that prohibits the construction of a new dwelling on the retained farmland. So the existing procedure of requiring the consolidation of those 2 lots avoids that requirement.
I don't want to be late with this, but I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. You're saying that right now there's 2 separate 100-acre parcels, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Each one has.
That's correct.
And you're saying that theoretically, you want to merge those into a 200-acre parcel with 2 houses, right?
Yes.
And then separate it in somewhere down the road for whatever reason into 2 separate 100-acre parcels, each of has again.
No, that's after a severance of the surplus dwelling.
Oh, okay. So you want to put it in
Okay.
200 acres with 2 houses, sever off the one house,
That's correct.
and then have 98 with no house and 100.
That's correct. That's correct.
Right. Okay. Okay. So, is that what we just answered?
Yes, it is.
I just want to be sure that the question was matching. It wasn't clear to me anyway. That was the matchup. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I think we need to do better than that, in my personal opinion. I think that's my personal opinion. No, that's my personal opinion, not what's in the report right now. But I agree. We need to try and find ways for that to not happen. If that's the end result, then we should just go straight to the end result.
Well, that's my point here is the
Yeah.
fact that, if that's my end result that I'm looking for, why go through the whole
Yeah.
format to begin with?
Absolutely. Well,
Right.
and the short
You know.
answer is because the province says you have to.
Well, I understand
Right?
that
So
too,
we need to head off.
know.
In my opinion, what we need to do is then head off to the province and say, don't make us do this. So, any other questions from the public? Can you just say your name so they have that for the record, and then go ahead?
It's Bruce Hutton. I'm farther up 19. And when selling a property, and you want to keep the house, it's 2 acres. Is that going to stay 2 acres, or has it changed at all? Because, part of the land isn't farmable. The land is around this house, and the house is too far away from the road. The 2 acres don't give you all the property. So is that a concern in this, or?
So through the mayor, so Staff, with respect to surplus farm dwelling severances specifically, right now the draft policies say 2 acres up to a maximum of 2.5, and the flexibility there is to take into account presence of natural heritage features, flooded areas, constraints, topography challenges. We've also had some questions because some of the undersized ag policy proposals speak to a 1 acre residential lot area, and we've had questions as to why there's a difference in number. And part of the difference is to try to recognize with the surplus farm dwelling severances, because you're taking off a house that already exists, you might need a little bit more room to be able to accommodate the driveway and other things, because not all of these houses are located right up against the road. Some of them can be set back in quite a fair distance. So the larger number for surplus farm dwelling severances and the flexibility between 2 and 2.5 is intended to try to help account for some of that.
What if it isn't enough, though? Like, take the whole dwelling, like, you're not gonna leave it like your garage and stuff for the farmers to use right behind your house there.
So through the mayor, right now the policies also speak to sort of restricting the amount of additional buildings or other things that could be included, and this is also an area where we've had some other feedback, so the feedback's very much welcome. So this is one of the other aspects and considerations, because it's not unusual to see someone want to keep an outbuilding, or if the farm building cluster is fairly tight together. So right now the existing policies would preclude a lot of those, the existing structures, or say a barn or something, from being permitted on the newly created rural residential lot. And this is another area where we've had a few comments too. So these are exactly things that staff are looking to hear some feedback on in terms of the proposed draft.
I would just add, I know staff said it at the beginning of the delegation, but there are opportunities for you to still to give input, so I would encourage you to do that. You know, you can either contact, you know, your Zorra counselor, you can contact me as your county counselor, you can contact staff directly, however you're comfortable with doing that. But I would suggest, you know, as we're getting later in the game, doing it in writing by email or through the Speak Up Oxford portal would be a good thing as we get later in the game, but I would encourage you all to give your input, okay? So if there's no other questions from council, I'm going to need a motion on this. You're working on one, okay? And I would just remind you that we have a delegation at 7:30 that we're waiting to hear. They're waiting for us right now, so. Can we get this, I know Lisa's shared it many times already, but can we just get it shared again? I'm thinking there's probably going to be some interest after this, so share the link again on social media so that people can see. Thank you. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Forbes, that the information provided by the delegation regarding Oxford County ag policies be received and filed, and that staff provide council with a report analyzing Zorra's zoning bylaws to identifying any changes that council may wish to change prior to or as a result of changes to Oxford County agricultural land use policies. Paul is the mover. Do you want to speak to that?
Didn't realize how many times I said changes in that until you read it, but no, I think there's a lot of good things in this draft policies, especially the recognition of rural enterprises. But I think we need to take this opportunity to look at our own bylaws and zoning bylaws, especially as they relate to agriculture policies, and see if there's anything in there that we want to change, that we need to change before these new policies come into place, or that we may be able to change after these new policies are enacted. So that's the rationale behind the motion.
Ron is the mover. Did you want to speak to it? Anybody else want to speak to this? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So for residents that are here for this, then that basically is council is asking Zorra staff to bring back a report to this council on change that they think, in their professional opinion, they think they might like to see, and or things they've heard from this council, and then this council will debate that again, and that may or may not, depending on what the report says and what this council wants to do, may constitute some formal feedback from this council to Oxford County Planning that then County Council would consider as well. Okay? Thank you, April, and Paul. Yeah. Thanks for driving out, though, seriously, on a Wednesday night. Much appreciated. Yeah, we arranged good weather for you and everything, so. So, Dawn, have you got them ready to go? Great. Zach, can you hear us? Okay, can we do something about Zach's sound? Because I can hear him, but it's not great. Oh, nope, he's gone. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah. And Joe, you can hear us?
Yeah. How am I coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you both, but it's not great. Is there anything we can do about that?
Yeah, it's turned up now.
Okay, we can try to speak up if
Yeah, that's good. No, that's good. It's good now.
Good.
We're all good?
Okay. We have a PowerPoint presentation, but I see the share screen feature is disabled. I'm not sure if Don or anyone on the back end may be able to enable us to share our screens.
We've got tech support working on it now.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, there we go.
There we go. So I'll just say to you guys what I always say to all delegations. I think it's safe to assume that this council's done its homework and read the report. So if you want to stick to the highlights and really emphasize the things that you think that we should be particularly paying attention to, and then we'll see if they have questions for you, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Go for it.
So thanks so much for having us here today. I'm Zach Spicer. I'm a associate professor at York University, and with me today is Joe Lyons, who's an assistant professor and director of the local government program at Western University. So what we have here today are some of the results from the survey. We just want to thank council for allowing us to be here today, and also thank council and staff for the openness in allowing us to evaluate this particular pilot project. And just to sort of get going, I'm going to turn things immediately over to my colleague, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. And yeah, thanks for having us. So I think that, as the mayor instructed, we will be brief. We essentially prepared this as a slide deck, so hopefully most of the slides are self-explanatory. Just starting with some background on how this research got off the ground. So staff from Zorra reached out to me in my capacity as director of the local government program, I believe in the summer of 2020, to ask if there was any interest in studying Zorra's proposed compressed work week pilot. Zach and I jumped on the opportunity. At the time, Zach was an instructor in the local government program and also the research director at the Institute of Public Administration of Canada, and they had some projects on the go on the future of work. So this aligned very nicely with that. We saw this as an opportunity to observe a natural experiment in progress. So that's why it was important for us to do both a pre and post, or I guess during pilot survey, to see if we could observe any changes that could be attributed to the pilot. So we did a pre-pilot survey in late August, early September 2020, and then the post-pilot or the follow-up survey in October 2021. The pre-pilot was distributed to 30 employees, and the post-pilot was distributed to 26. So we had a very good response rate both times. Next slide, Zach. Just a quick note on the data. So for kind of statistical purposes or comparative purposes, Zorra is a smaller organization. And so the results, especially between the pre and the post survey, are susceptible to small variations in responses. And obviously this pilot ran entirely during the pandemic, which has affected people's overall well-being as well as their work-life balance. And these are the very things that much of our survey, or that both surveys tried to get at. So the data are clouded by this to a degree as well. Next slide. So getting into the results here quickly, information is an important component of any organizational change. So some of the questions related to how the compressed work week pilot was communicated. So both in the pre and post pilot surveys, the majority of respondents indicated that they had received enough information about the pilot. And 79% of the respondents to the pre-test indicated that they plan to participate. Next slide, and over to you, Zach.
Thanks, Joe. So we asked respondents what they were most concerned about participating in this particular pilot project. Most people, unsurprisingly, had some concerns about working a longer day. So there is a bit of a trade-off, of course. If you are not working the 5th day, you are working longer days, Monday through Thursday or Tuesday through Friday. Some people had concerns about that. Some people were concerned about some interruptions to workflow. If you're not there 5 days a week, perhaps there was some concerns that projects may not get action in time, things along those lines. But for the most part, people had very few concerns, and 43% of the sample indicated they had no concerns at all. These statements here are a fairly standard battery of public sector incentive and motivation statements, and what we were trying to get across here was allowing respondents to select along a 5-point Likert scale, one being strongly disagree and 5 being strongly agree. So what you're seeing here with some of these figures is that these are values, these are median values. So values closer to 5 indicate collectively the sample was more likely to strongly agree, and values closer to 1 indicated likelier to sort of strongly disagree. As you can see, a lot of these are fairly strong indicators for satisfaction and pride in workplace and in work itself. As you can see, the values for the most part are quite high. Staff are proud to work for Zorra. They are satisfied with the work that they do. They believe they're fairly compensated. And we see a couple of the indicators rise on some of the areas in which we would expect, such as having a good work-life balance, given that the pilot was intended or believed to sort of balance some of this out. We would expect to see some indicators like that rise. On the second slide here, we see some of the lower indicators. And again, these aren't necessarily poor indicators. These are kind of more along the lines of sort of median values. So you can see that there is some concerns about advancement, which things like the pilot shouldn't have too much of a effect on. But as Joe mentioned, with a small sample size like this, slight variations can sort of cause values to go one way or the other slightly, given that there isn't a huge sample. We also asked respondents which aspects of the pilot they found most attractive. Unsurprisingly, most people indicated that having more flexibility and more time to spend with friends and family was most important to them. So some of the indicators here that didn't really get a lot of reaction were having more time to pursue other professional opportunities, so work outside of Zorra, whether it be consulting or sort of part-time work elsewhere, or more time to sort of pursue educational opportunities. There was some interest in the pre-test, but as we see with the post-test, some of that got dampened throughout. So for the most part, we can say that staff are really kind of using that fifth day to sort of decompress, relax a bit, as opposed to working outside of Zorra or pursuing education or other forms of professional development. We also asked about satisfaction. As we can see through this particular chart, employees were quite satisfied prior and are quite satisfied afterwards. So I think council can take pride in the fact that they have a very satisfied workforce. The pilot didn't seem to have a huge effect on the satisfaction level, although we do see some folks who indicated somewhat dissatisfied. That figure has kind of come down a bit with the introduction of the pilot. So generally, which aspects did staff not like at the and in our second survey? We can see again that working longer days is perhaps somewhat of a irritant at some levels. Some reported frustration with interrupted workflow, but for the most part, there were very few indicators that really sort of popped up on the post test. 34% indicated that they really had no concerns at all. We did allow for a section where respondents could write in any sort of comments that they had, and one thing that we did note was that there were some concerns about finding childcare. So as a father of 2 young children myself, I know that finding daycare for 10 plus hours a day can be quite challenging. And then if you do find it, it can be quite expensive. So some of the folks who do have young children found that was a somewhat challenging aspect. But with that said, the ability to opt out and to work five normal days solves some of that, but it was prohibitive for some people to take part in a compressed work week. And with that, I'll just hand over to Joe to wrap up.
Yeah, so the main finding, I think, is that respondents were satisfied with their employment with Zorra prior to the pilot, and that has been consistent throughout the pilot. So I think a potential lesson here is that organizations with good culture and strong leadership are more likely to be innovative. As the survey results demonstrate, there's a high level of satisfaction with employees have a high level of satisfaction with their employment at Zorra. If Zorra was a bad place to work, to start with, leadership would have been probably too busy dealing with managerial issues and wouldn't have had the support or confidence to try something so ambitious. And so Zach and I hope to eventually incorporate this research into a larger project on municipal innovation, and certainly good culture and leadership are known to be important internal determinants of innovation. I think, the flexibility was key. If the compressed workweek pilot had been mandatory, it would have been a tougher sell. Even if full participation might make things easier from a management perspective. Certainly the pilot is getting a lot of interest. Dawn, you noted this even before we came on. And certainly, we're aware that employee attraction and retention were goals of the pilot. And I think Zorra is on more people's radars now than it was prior to the pilot. So this concludes our presentation. Thanks again for allowing us this insight into your pilot, and we are happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, guys. Any questions from council on this? Paul.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, guys. Couple of questions, and you said that you surveyed, or you sent out 30 surveys and got good response. So that would cover all of our full-time staff, which breaks down into basically 3 groups. Administrative, which is the group most impacted by this compressed work week, Public Works, and Recreation, which have slightly different compressed work weeks, if it compressed at all. And I know statistically, when you get to those smaller numbers, it's really hard to do any analysis. On the comments, did you find any difference in the comments between those 3 groups, or did you even break down those? Did you just look at them as 30 employees in total?
We looked at the survey as a whole. We sought research ethics approval through York for this, which prohibited us from slicing the data in any way that may unintentionally identify any of the individual respondents. So for the individual comments, there wasn't the ability to sort of separate that based upon the individual respondent. So we aren't able to sort of target individual comments to one particular area.
Okay, and my other question is that the chart that it's titled, which aspects of a compressed work week do you find most attractive? As a uneducated person, look, as far as this topic, I'm not totally uneducated. It's been a long meeting. And I didn't want to open any points of argument here. Anyway, my question is, I'll get to it eventually, it appears that people's expectation at the start of this was higher than what their results were later on in. So did you get the sense from your analysis that people were disappointed that some of the things they thought they would get from the compressed work week they didn't?
I don't think that that we really got that impression per se. The areas in which they scored most highly are still there, although somewhat depressed in the post test. I don't think we can attribute that to a lack of enthusiasm. I think that we saw that satisfaction with the pilot was quite high in the second survey as well as the first. So I wouldn't say that any of the enthusiasm or the expectations were somewhat dampened. It may be a factor here that having Fridays off, where you think you have more time to spend with family and friends, that a lot of them are working on Friday, and you may not be able to see them as much on the Friday, right? So part of this is that people are now working, a much different schedule than everyone else, and they may not have the ability to sort of see people. So maybe that may be the sort of unrealized expectation, not necessarily the availability to actually see people. So there could be some other factors happening here, but overall, I would say satisfaction was as high in the second survey on a number of different indicators as it was in the first survey.
And I would just add too that, having gone through the pilot, people can answer this question with more precision, right, about what actually has been most attractive to them, whereas prior to the survey, right, or prior to the pilot, they wouldn't necessarily know how things were going to work out. So, maybe a little bit aspirational about, all these things are going to improve as a result of a compressed work week, whereas after the pilot or as they've had some experience with the pilot, they can be a little bit more precise about how they are actually benefiting from it.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks, guys.
Anyone else? I just have one, guys. When I look at it, and it's been a while since I did any statistics, but would it be a fair statement to say that when you look at the pre-test and post-test responses out of 5 to all the various statements, statistically insignificant differences, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as you said, I think Paul answered, Paul asked and you guys answered my question about the graphs, about the overall how satisfied bar graphs afterwards. Okay, that's all I had then. Anybody else have any questions? Don.
So the one raft of questions that you said was public sector based, how do we stack up against other municipalities that have asked similar questions? Is that something you could comment on?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the first part on the sort of the public sector questions like these here.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so we don't really have comparative data to any other governments aside from yours. So I couldn't really say that intelligibly, but I would say that these are quite high scores. They were higher than what we would probably expect, and I think it generally indicates that there's a high level of satisfaction among staff. But we we couldn't compare those to other governments, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
I guess follow up to that, will you be using these questions with other municipalities and any other studies in the future? And would we, and if you did, would we be able to get that comparator then? Not identifying them necessarily and everything, but I just think it'd be, given that we have this data, it'd be interesting to have some context for it.
Yeah, so as I mentioned in the conclusion, so that, you know, this is really just kind of the start of this research for Zach and I. We had to sort of modify the battery of questions to what was going on in Zorra. So I think we still have research left to do in terms of, what we can, the kind of comparisons we might be able to make with other jurisdictions in terms of levels of public service motivation. But yeah, I think, you know, we will keep Dawn and Alicia appraised as we move forward with this project and kind of whatever shape it takes. This is just the results of the pre and post pilot survey, and that's kind of all we can speak to at the moment.
Thanks.
We do appreciate the openness and the partnership with the township, and we're happy to reciprocate that and sharing that in the future if our research matures to the point where we would gather more comparative data.
That'd be great. I love some data. Is there any other questions for Joe and Zach? I'm not seeing anything, guys. I want to thank you on behalf of council and staff for all the work you've done. And again, I really, if you do get any more data from anything else in the future, we would really like to see it. We're quite excited about this, and from the time that council undertook this experiment, it was you know, one of the key selling features from staff was that you guys were going to review this and that we would get this kind of A, impartial, and B, empirical evidence-based analysis at the end of it. So much appreciated.
No problem. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the opportunity to survey staff. And as just a final comment, I would just say that it takes a lot of guts to do something like this. So congratulations, and thank you for allowing us along the ride.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Take care.
Take care.
All right, I have moved by Ron, seconded by Katie, that item 7B, delegation from Joe Lyons and Zach Spicer regarding Zorra's 4-day work week pilot be received and filed, and that council directs the CAO to revise the necessary personnel policies to implement a compressed work week for township staff. Ron, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
I think it's quite self-explanatory. I think it's time to move ahead. I haven't seen any problems with this since we started, and yeah, let's move forward.
Katie? Anyone else? All in favor? Opposed? Done. That was easy. So what I've got here, Karen, is bylaws, confirmatory, and adjournment. Okay. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that bylaws 82-21, 83-21, 84-21, 85-21, and 86-21 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and further, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that bylaw 87-21, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held December 15th, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time this December 15th, 2021, and further, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moved by McDonald, seconded by Mitchell, that this session of council be now adjourned and herewith closed at 8:01 p.m. and the next meeting of council be called for January 19th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the council chambers of the Township Municipal Office. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, and we are